Hey everyone, welcome to the channel. And this is what I do. I'm a professional guide, and I lead hunting trips deep into these mountains. Now, a lot of people see the hero shots, the successful harvests, the stunning sunsets. But there's a story behind every one of those moments. A story of grit, of pre-dawn mornings in the freezing cold, of miles of unforgiving terrain, and of a respect for the wild that you can only learn by truly living in it. This isn't a highlight reel. This is the real story. I wanted to bring you along to show you what it truly takes to guide in the deep mountains. The hard work, the challenges, and the moments that make it all worthwhile. So settle in. This is my life's work. My name is Caleb Hayes, and for 15 years, the jagged peaks and silent forests of the Wyoming Rockies have been my office, my church, and my home. I guide hunting trips, but I don't sell trophies. I sell an experience. I offer a chance for people from the concrete world to touch something ancient and real, to understand the pact of respect that exists between a true hunter and the wild. It's a quiet, solemn business built on reputation and a deep, abiding love for the unforgiving beauty of the mountains. Most of my clients understand this. They come seeking not just a kill, but a connection. They leave with a better understanding of themselves and the world. Marcus Thorne was not one of those clients. He arrived not in a dusty truck, but in a private helicopter that beat the crisp autumn air into submission. Its downdraft flattening the grass in the meadow I used as a landing zone. He stepped out onto the skids with the air of a king, surveying a new conquest. His wealth wasn't just a fact, it was a physical presence, an aura of supreme entitlement that seemed to warp the very air around him. He was dressed head to toe in the most expensive gear money could buy. All of it pristine, without a single scuff or stain to suggest it had ever been used for its intended purpose. His rifle was a custom, built marvel of engineering that probably cost more than my truck and cabin combined. He handled it like a prop, a symbol of the power he was about to exert. "You Hayes?" he asked, his voice clipped and dismissive. He didn't offer a handshake. His eyes, the color of polished slate, scanned my worn gear, my weathered face, and the humble cabin behind me with a flicker of disdain. "I am," I said, keeping my voice even. "Welcome to the Wind Rivers, Mr. Thorne. Let's get one thing straight, Hayes," he said, stepping down and striding towards me. His entourage of pilots and assistants began unloading cases of equipment with practiced efficiency. I'm not here for a spiritual journey or to find myself. I'm here for a trophy bull elk, a record breaker. I've been told you're the man who can find one, even in winter. I'm paying you a fee that could buy this entire valley, and for that price, I expect results, not campfire stories. The mistake was mine from the very beginning. I should have seen the rot in him then. The deep-seated avarice that viewed the natural world as just another commodity to be purchased. But the fee he offered was life-changing. It was enough to fix my leaking roof, buy a new truck, and live for a year without the constant, gnawing worry of the next bill. My own greed, a much smaller and more pathetic version of his, blinded me to the danger. I took the job. The first 2 days of the trek were a study in contrasts. I moved through the forest with the quiet economy of motion that comes from a lifetime of practice, my boots making barely a whisper on the pine needles. Thorne, for all his physical fitness, crashed through the undergrowth like a runaway bulldozer. He complained about the weight of his pack, the steepness of the incline, and the quality of the freeze-dried meals. He saw the wilderness not as a living entity to be respected, but as a flawed product that wasn't meeting his standards of service. Around the campfire on the second night, under a dome of stars, so bright they looked like diamond dust, I tried to explain the ethos of the hunt. The animal isn't just a target, I said, feeding a piece of pine into the flames. It's the spirit of this place. When you take one, you do it with respect. You use every part of it. You make the kill clean. It's a pact. You honor its life. And the mountain provides. Thorne scoffed, poking the fire with a carbon fiber trekking pole. Spare me the poetry, Hayes. It's an animal. A magnificent one, I'll grant you, but an animal. We are at the top of the food chain for a reason. We take what we want. That's the only law there is. It's the same principle that let me build my empire. You see a competitor, you crush them. You see a resource, you take it. There's no room for sentiment in the real world. His words left a chill in the air that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. I realized then that he wasn't just arrogant, he was fundamentally empty. He lacked the capacity for reverence, for seeing value in anything beyond its utility to him. On the third day, the weather turned. The sky, once a brilliant, piercing blue, became a bruised, sullen gray. The wind began to pick up, moaning through the high passes like a restless spirit. By evening, the first flakes of snow were falling. Not the gentle, picturesque flakes of a Christmas card, but hard, stinging pellets driven by a gale. The blizzard he'd been warned about, the one he'd boasted his money and gear could conquer, had arrived. For 5 days, it was relentless. The world shrank to the confines of our four-season tent. The Rockies vanished behind a solid wall of white, the wind a constant, deafening roar that frayed the nerves. The temperature plummeted to levels that were dangerous even for me. We were trapped. The elk, being far smarter than us, were hunkered down in whatever shelter they could find. They were ghosts in the storm. Thorne did not handle the confinement well. His vast world of influence, of phone calls and commands, had been reduced to a 10 by 10-foot space of freezing nylon. He couldn't bully the weather into submission or buy the elk's cooperation. He grew sullen, pacing the small space like a caged predator. Then, his sullenness curdled into a volatile anger. He blamed me, the weather, the animals, everything but his own hubris for insisting on a winter hunt. On the morning of the 6th day of the storm, his patience finally snapped. The blizzard had momentarily eased, the wind dying down to a low whisper, the snowfall thinning enough to see the trees 50 yards from our camp. It was in this brief, deceptive lull that a young mule deer, a doe, wandered into the clearing. She was thin, clearly struggling through the harsh winter, but she moved with a quiet grace, her dark eyes soft and curious. She was a non-game animal, a creature of simple beauty, a welcome sight after days of staring at nothing but swirling white. Thorne saw her, and his eyes lit up with a predatory gleam that had nothing to do with a hunter's respect. He saw a target, a way to finally exert his will. He raised his rifle. "Hold," I said, my voice sharp. "Mr. Thorne, hold your fire. That's a doe. It's not what we're here for." He turned to me, a contemptuous sneer twisting his lips. The mask of civility was gone, replaced by a raw, ugly need. "I'm here for whatever I want," he hissed and turned back to the deer. He fired. The crack of the rifle was obscene in the profound silence of the snow, covered forest. He didn't even kill it cleanly. His shot was rushed, angry. It struck the doe in the hindquarters, shattering her leg. The animal let out a pained, bleeding cry and stumbled, falling before scrambling back up onto 3 legs. She looked back at us, her eyes wide with terror and confusion, before hobbling desperately off into the trees, leaving a dark, sickening trail of blood on the pure white snow. "Damn it!" I swore, grabbing my own rifle and a medical kit. "Stay here. I have to track her. I have to put her out of her misery." Thorne grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Don't be ridiculous, Hayes. It's a waste of time. Let the wolves have it. We wait for the bull." I stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time. The man wasn't just a client anymore. He was a profanity, a desecration. To wound a creature so carelessly, and then refuse to grant it the mercy of a quick death, was the ultimate sin in this place. It was an act of pure, wasteful avarice, an insult to the spirit of the hunt, a flagrant violation of the most sacred, unwritten law of the wilderness. You do not kill for sport, and you do not, under any circumstances, let a creature suffer for your own convenience. That was the true mistake. That was the moment something broke. And in the profound, listening silence of the mountains, I felt with a cold certainty that something had heard. I stood frozen in the snow, Thorne's hand of eyes on my arm, and watched the bloody trail of the wounded doe disappear into the thick, silent pines. The forest swallowed her suffering whole. Thorne let go of me with a grunt of satisfaction and turned back toward the tent. "Good," he said, as if he'd just closed a successful business deal. "Now we can focus. Make some coffee." Hayes. He didn't seem to notice the profound change that had just occurred, the spiritual trespass. To him, it was a transaction, and it was over. But I knew it wasn't. The silence that followed the gunshot was heavier, more profound than before. It felt like the entire mountain was holding its breath, listening. That night, the cold changed. It was no longer just a matter of degrees on a thermometer. It became an active, malevolent presence. The wind, which had been a mindless roar, developed a voice. It slithered around the tent, testing the seams, whispering. At first, I dismissed it as exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. But then the whispers took on a distinct, sibilant quality. It sounded like my name, drawn out and mocking. K.A. Lead. I would jerk my head up from my sleeping bag, my heart pounding, but Thorne would be fast asleep, snoring softly. Then the whispers would curdle into hisses, spitting insults I couldn't quite decipher, words that felt ancient and sharp, designed to peel away a man's sanity layer by layer. I'd heard tales from old-timers, from the Shoshone elders. I sometimes shared a drink within town, about forest spirits that did this, that drove intruders mad with voices on the wind. I had always filed them away as folklore. Now, I wasn't so sure. Thorne, however, seemed utterly unaffected. He slept soundly, and when he was awake, his focus had shifted from his frustration with the hunt to something far more primal hunger. The man who had complained about the taste and texture of our high-calorie rations now devoured them with a shocking, desperate urgency. He finished his own 2-day supply in a single sitting, cramming the freeze, dried bricks into his mouth, without even bothering to heat them with water. The crunching sound was unnervingly loud in the small tent. He then looked at my supply, his slate, gray eyes holding a new, unnerving light. "You going to eat that?" he asked, his voice a low rasp. "That's for tomorrow." I said, trying to keep my tone steady. I'm starving, he stated, not as a complaint, but as a fact of cosmic importance. My metabolism, it's burning through everything. I watched, unnerved, as he tore into my rations as well, his table manners dissolving into something feral. He ate with a single-minded intensity, his gaze fixed on the food, his hands trembling slightly. By morning, all our remaining food was gone, and he was complaining of a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, a hunger that he claimed was sharper than anything he had ever felt. It was the beginning. Over the next 48 hours, I watched a man unravel. The hunger became his entire reality. He would clutch his stomach, his face pale, and beat it with sweat despite the bitter cold, groaning about the gnawing pit inside him. He chewed on the leather straps of his pack. He tried to eat pine needles he gathered from just outside the tent, spitting them out in disgust. The transformation was not an instantaneous event. It was a slow, creeping horror, a methodical dismantling of Marcus Thorne, the man, and the assembly of something else in his place. The physical changes began on the 7th day. I woke to the foul stench of decay, a coppery, corrupt odor that reminded me of a gut-shot animal left too long in the sun. I thought a scavenger had died near the tent, but the smell was coming from Thorne himself. His skin, once ruddy with health and privilege, had taken on a waxy, ash-gray pallor. It was stretched taut over the bones of his face, his cheekbones and jawline becoming sharp, skeletal protrusions. He looked like a corpse that had been recently exhumed. His eyes, which had been clear and sharp, now seemed to sink deeper into their sockets, and from those dark pits, they burned with a cold, feverish fire. He had gnawed on his own lips during the night, and they were tattered, bloody shreds of flesh. A thin trickle of dried blood caked the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to notice the pain. His entire being was consumed by the cavernous hunger that was eating him from the inside out. The old legends, the stories I had dismissed, came flooding back to me with horrifying clarity. The Algonquian tribes, who lived in the northern forests far from here, had a name for it, a wendigo. A spirit of winter and starvation, born from a human who resorts to the ultimate taboo in the wilderness. But the stories also said it could be a punishment, a curse visited upon those who embodied excessive greed, avarice, and waste. Those who took from the land without respect, who killed for the sake of killing and let things suffer. An insult to the spirit of the hunt. My own words from the campfire echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy. The horror wasn't a sudden attack in the dark. It was the slow dawning, gut-wrenching realization that the man I was trapped within that tent was no longer a man at all. He was becoming an embodiment of his own insatiable greed. The legends said the wendigo was a creature of paradox. It grew in size and strength in proportion to the meal it had just eaten, so it could never be full. Its hunger was a spiritual state as much as a physical one, an eternal, agonizing craving. Thorne's desire for a trophy, for power, for control, had been a kind of hunger, and now the mountain had given him a version of it that was brutally, terrifyingly literal. He stopped speaking in coherent sentences. He would mutter to himself strange, guttural phrases about sinew and fat, about the warmth of blood. He became taller, or at least it seemed that way. His limbs elongated, his posture stooped, making him seem both larger and less human. He would stare at me for long periods, his head cocked to one side, his burning eyes not seeing Caleb Hayes, the guide, but something else. something to be consumed. On the 8th day, the blizzard finally broke. Sunlight, thin and watery, filtered through the trees, making the snow-covered world glitter with a pristine, indifferent beauty. The change in weather offered no hope. It only served to illuminate the horror more clearly. Thorne was huddled in the corner of the tent, a gaunt, gray specter of his former self. He was rocking back and forth, making a low, rhythmic humming sound. I knew I had to leave. My duty as a guide had been supplanted by the primal instinct of survival. I began to quietly, carefully pack a small bag with my essentials: a knife, a compass, a fire starter. Every rustle of the fabric seemed deafeningly loud. He stopped humming. The silence was absolute. Slowly, I turned my head. He was looking directly at me. The last vestiges of Marcus Thorne were gone from his eyes. They were no longer the eyes of a man, but of a predator, ancient and intelligent and utterly devoid of mercy. A thin, wet smile stretched across his tattered lips, a horrifying rictus on his skeletal face. He spoke, his voice no longer the clipped, arrogant tone of a CEO, but a dry, rasping whisper that scraped its way out of his throat. "The marrow," he hissed, his gaze fixed on my legs. "They say the marrow is the sweetest part." I knew then, with a certainty that was colder than any blizzard, that I was his next meal. For a single, paralyzing second, every muscle in my body locked. The world narrowed to the two burning coals in the gray, skeletal face of the thing that had been Marcus Thorne, and the wet, rasping sound of his words, the sweetest part. Then, instinct, honed by 1,000 moments of quiet peril in the wild, took over. There was no thought, only action. I threw the half-packed survival bag at its face. The creature flinched, not out of pain, but surprise, giving me the only opening I would get. I scrambled backward, kicking out of the tent's entrance and into the blinding, sunlit snow. My rifle was still inside. So was Thorne's. It didn't matter. A rifle wouldn't stop a legend. My snowshoes were just outside the tent. My hands, clumsy with terror, fumbled with the bindings. Behind me, I heard a sound of tearing fabric as the creature ripped its way through the side of the tent, rather than bothering with the door. I risked a glance over my shoulder. It was unfolding itself, rising to a height that was impossibly tall, its long, emaciated limbs moving with a jerky, unnatural speed. The stench of decay billowed from it, a physical wave of corruption. I finally snapped the last binding into place and launched myself into the deep snow, running with the desperate, lung-searing panic of a prey animal. My only goal was to get down, to lose elevation, to reach the tree line where the snow was less deep and the terrain offered more cover. The forest was my only ally. I plunged down the mountainside, my snowshoes keeping me afloat on the powder, my legs pumping with adrenaline-fueled strength. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it. There was no sound of labored breathing or heavy footfalls. There was only the rhythmic, terrifying crack of branches being snapped aside as it moved through the forest with an unholy speed, keeping pace with me effortlessly. It wasn't running, it was loping, its elongated limbs eating up the distance. The wind, which had been a tormentor before, was now a shield, its howl masking the sound of my frantic flight. The sun, a welcome sight that morning, was now a cruel spotlight. I veered into a thick stand of lodgepole pines, the trees so close together that they scraped at my clothes and whipped my face. I needed to break its line of sight. I gambled, cutting sharply to the right, heading for a steep, rocky ravine I knew was nearby. It was a dangerous path, slick with ice under the snow, but a straight flight was suicide. I could hear it getting closer. A low, guttural chuckle echoed through the trees, a sound of pure, predatory amusement. It was playing with me. It knew it was faster, stronger. The hunger was its engine, and I was the fuel. I burst out of the pines and onto the lip of the ravine. It was a 20-foot drop onto a frozen creek bed below. No time to find another way. I threw myself over the edge, tucking and rolling as I hit the ground, the impact jarring every bone in my body. A sharp, white, hot pain shot through my left ankle. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the agony, and limped down the creek bed, using the shallow canyon for cover. For a moment, there was silence. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the crunch of my boots on the ice. I dared to hope maybe it had lost me. Then, a shadow fell over me. I looked up. It was standing on the edge of the ravine, silhouetted against the bright sky. It was a nightmare etched in black against the pristine white. It looked down at me, its head cocked with that same curious, predatory tilt. It didn't climb down. It simply stepped off the edge, landing on the creek bed with a silent, weightless grace that defied its size. The impact didn't even crack the ice. Panic gave way to a cold, stark terror. This wasn't just a monster. It was a violation of the laws of physics. I turned and ran, my injured ankle screaming in protest. I was losing speed. The creek bed opened into a small, snow-covered meadow. I was exposed. This was the end. I stumbled and fell, rolling onto my back, my chest heaving, my body screaming for surrender. The creature strode into the meadow, taking its time. It stopped 10 feet away, its skeletal frame blocking the sun. Its sunken eyes glowed with a triumphant, hungry fire. The foul odor of its body was overwhelming. It raised a long, claw-tipped hand, its fingers ending in what looked like yellowed. It jagged shards of bone. It took a step closer, and then, from the trees on the far side of the meadow, came a sound. A low, rumbling growl. I turned my head. A pack of wolves, drawn by the scent of blood from the doe Thorne had shot, had emerged from the forest. There were at least 6 of them, their bodies lean and powerful, their eyes fixed on the unnatural thing standing over me. They were starving, like everything else in these mountains, but they were not afraid. They were the true predators of this place, and they were looking at an intruder. The wendigo turned its head, its attention shifting from me to the new arrivals. It let out a high, pitched, piercing shriek, a sound of rage and frustration that echoed off the mountains. The wolves answered with a chorus of howls. For a single, blessed moment, I was no longer the most interesting meal in the meadow. I didn't wait to see the outcome. I scrambled to my feet and fled, using the distraction to put as much distance as I could between myself and that clearing. I didn't know if the wolves could kill it, or even hurt it. I only knew they had bought me time. The rest of the journey is a blur of pain, exhaustion, and fear. I walked for 2 days. My ankle swollen to twice its normal size, my mind a landscape of recurring horror. Every shadow was the creature. Every snap of a twig was its footstep. I didn't sleep. I didn't stop. I just kept moving, driven by the image of those burning eyes. When I finally stumbled out of the wilderness and onto a plowed road, the driver who picked me up thought I was a madman. I was frostbitten, emaciated, and babbling about a monster in the snow. The official story was that Marcus Thorne had died in the blizzard, a tragic accident. His body was never found. His family, perhaps out of shame or a desire to avoid a scandal, accepted the report and wired the full fee into my account. The money sits in the bank, untouched. I fixed my roof, but I paid for it with my own savings. I can't bring myself to spend Thorne's blood money. It feels cursed, tainted by the avarice that spawned the horror. I don't guide anymore. I can't. When I look at the mountains now, I don't see beauty or solitude. I see a vast, hungry wilderness with an ancient memory. I see the clearing where a doe's blood stained the snow. I see a tall, gray figure stepping silently off a cliff. They say a guide is responsible for his client's life. I failed in that duty. But my real failure came much earlier, when I let my own greed blind me to the darkness in a man's soul. I led him into the heart of the wild, and the wild, in turn, showed him the truth of his own heart. I abandoned him to his fate, choosing my life over my duty. The guilt of that choice, of running while the wolves howled, is the first ghost I ever collected. It's the heaviest trophy of all, and I know I will carry it for the rest of my life. My name is Caleb Thorne, and for the better part of 2 decades, I've made my living in the quiet, shadowed hollows of the Great Smoky Mountains. I'm a guide. It's a simple title for a complicated job. Most folks who hire me are looking for the above a lifetime or a secret spot where the trout bite like they've never seen a lure. Others want to capture the soul of the mountains on a camera sensor, chasing the misty dawns and fiery sunsets that spill over the ridges. I take them all. I know the trails that aren't on any map, the hidden waterfalls that whisper to themselves in deep woods, and the places where the silence is so profound it feels like a physical presence. I also know the places you're not supposed to go, the places the old stories warn you about. I don't treat these warnings as gospel, but I treat them with respect. These mountains are ancient, and they command respect. They are beautiful, but they are not kind. They are indifferent to your plans, your arrogance, and your survival. Forgetting that is the first mistake, and out here, the first mistake is often the last. Alistair Finch was a man who had made a career out of mistakes. Other people's mistakes, which he called folklore. He first contacted me via an email written in a dry, academic prose that felt utterly alien to my world. It was precise, demanding, and carried an unmistakable air of superiority. He introduced himself as a professor of history and anthropology at a prestigious university back east, specializing in the socio-cultural origins of myth in pre-industrial societies. His current project was a book intended to deconstruct the legends of the Cherokee people, to strip them of their mystery and pin them to a board like dissected insects. He listed the specific legends he was interested in, the specific locations mentioned in the old tales, and the exact dates he would be available. There was no negotiation, only an assumption of my compliance and a stated fee that was, I'll admit, generous. He wanted a guide to take him deep into the Nantala National Forest, to a remote ridge near the Tuckasegee River. It was a place I knew, though I hadn't been there in years. It wasn't on any recreational trail. The hike was grueling, the terrain unforgiving, and the place itself had a reputation. It was rumored in the old lore to be the hunting ground of a creature the Cherokee called Utlanta. The name itself is heavy, ancient. Most people, if they've heard of her at all, know her by the more visceral, descriptive name, Spearfinger. When I met Finch in person at a coffee shop in Asheville, he was exactly as I'd pictured. He was a man in his late 50s, thin and wary, with a pale complexion that suggested a life spent under fluorescent lights rather than the sun. He wore a tweed jacket despite the autumn warmth, and his leather shoes looked wholly unprepared for the miles of rock and mud that lay ahead. He carried a worn leather satchel filled with books and notepads, his tools of dissection. "Mr. Thorne," he said, shaking my hand with a grip that was surprisingly firm but brief, as if he were afraid of catching some Appalachian contagion. "Alistair Finch. I trust my correspondence was clear." "Crystal," I said, motioning for him to sit. "It's a tough trek to the place you've marked on your map. Are you sure you're prepared for it?" A sneer, faint but unmistakable, touched the corner of his lips. "I am more concerned with the intellectual rigor of my research than with a bit of vigorous walking, Mr. Thorne. My goal is to visit the sites of these fables, the so-called sharpening rock of this Spearfinger entity, for instance, and document them for what they are. Interesting geological formations that a primitive culture imbued with superstitious meaning." He spoke the word superstitious with a special kind of relish, a plummy, condescending sound that set my teeth on edge. He saw these stories not as a part of a rich and complex culture, a way of understanding a world full of danger and mystery, but as a failure of logic. He was a collector of dead butterflies, just as his email implied. He wasn't here to understand the Cherokee legends. He was here to prove them wrong, to stand on the bones of their beliefs and declare himself the victor of reason. The first 2 days of our journey were a trial in patience. Finch was physically capable, I'll give him that, but his commentary was relentless. He saw a gnarled, ancient oak and spoke of dendrochronology and soil composition. He looked at the misty peaks, wreathed in clouds, and lectured me on barometric pressure and water vapor. He was systematically stripping the magic from the world around us, replacing it with a sterile catalog of facts. "You see, Caleb," he said on the second evening, using my first name with a familiarity I hadn't offered, "these stories are born of ignorance. Take Utlanta, a stone-skinned witch who eats livers. It sounds terrifying, doesn't it?" He chuckled. "But what is it really? It's a personification of natural dangers. A sudden sharp pain in the side could be a gallstone, appendicitis, any number of ailments. Without modern medicine, what do you blame? You invent a monster. The stone skin is a metaphor for the harshness of the landscape itself. The shape-shifting is a warning against trusting strangers in an isolated, dangerous environment. It's all quite simple, a sociological equation." I poked the campfire with a stick, sending a shower of sparks into the immense, star-dusted darkness. "And the stone finger she uses to pierce her victims." Finch beamed, delighted by the question. "Ah, yes!" The most theatrical element, likely a reference to death by unseen forces. A disease, a sudden internal hemorrhage. It feels like being stabbed by a ghost. From there, it's a short leap of the primitive imagination to a literal stone finger. It's a fascinating example of how fear codifies into narrative. I didn't argue. Arguing with a man like Finch is like trying to explain the color blue to someone born blind. He had all the vocabulary, but none of the understanding. He didn't feel the weight of the woods at night. The oppressive silence that wasn't empty, but full of listening. He didn't see the shadows that danced at the firelight, and know that for thousands of years, people had seen those same shadows and felt that same primal fear. He believed he was above it. On the third day, we left the last of the marked trails behind. The forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their canopy blocking out the sun, plunging the world into a perpetual twilight. The air grew still and heavy. We were climbing steadily, our boots sinking into a thick carpet of damp leaves that muffled our footsteps. It was here we found it. It was a massive, flat-topped boulder of dark, slick-looking rock, perhaps 20 feet across, sitting in the middle of a small, unnaturally clear patch of ground. The surface of the rock was crisscrossed with dozens of deep, straight grooves, each about the length of a human forearm. They were not the random scratches of time or weather. They looked deliberate, carved. This was the place from the stories. Utlonta's sharpening stone. Finch was ecstatic. He dropped his pack and scrambled onto the rock, running his hands over the grooves with academic glee. Incredible, he declared, his voice echoing in the unnerving quiet. A perfect example of glacial scarring, most likely. The pressure of the ice sheet dragging smaller, harder stones across the surface. And a pre-scientific people, unable to comprehend geological time, invent a story about a giantess sharpening her finger. It's textbook. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The air here felt different, colder, heavier. Finch, I said, my voice low. Maybe we should just take your pictures and move on. We can make camp further down the ridge. He looked at me, a triumphant, pitying smile on his face. Oh, Caleb, don't tell me you're actually spooked by this nonsense. He laughed, a loud, barking sound that felt like a violation. Imagine, he scoffed, projecting his voice to the silent trees. Believing a witch sharpens her finger here. He bent down, picked up a loose stone from the base of the boulder, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw it against the ancient rock. The sound was sharp, profane. It shattered the silence, and the echo seemed to linger for a moment too long. Pathetic, he whispered, more to himself than to me. He then proceeded to loudly, performatively mock the legend, his voice dripping with condescension as he detailed exactly why the story was an absurdity, an intellectual failure. I didn't hear most of it. I was listening to the silence that followed his voice. A silence that felt different now. It was no longer just quiet. It was waiting. You do not disrespect a place like this. Not because you believe a stone-skinned witch will come for you, but because the danger and isolation that gave birth to these legends are still very real. The stories are warnings, encoded with generations of survival. Finch had just torn the warning label off a bottle of poison and drunk it down with a smile. That night, as we sat by the fire, not 50 yards from the great stone, Finch began complaining of a sharp, stabbing pain in his right side. It's just a cramp, Finch said, waving a dismissive hand as he shifted on the log by the fire. Probably from the climb, or perhaps I ate the jerky too quickly. He tried to force a laugh, but it came out as a tight, pained grunt. The sharp, stabbing pain in his right side, just below his ribs, had come on suddenly. One moment he was holding forth on the psychical release of blasphemy. The next he was doubled over, his face pale in the flickering firelight. I offered him some water. Could be a pulled muscle, I suggested, trying to keep my voice even. We pushed pretty hard today. Inside, the cold knot that had formed when he threw the stone at the rock tightened. It was a coincidence. It had to be. People get cramps and side stitches all the time, especially when they're not used to the exertion. But the location, right over the liver, the very organ Spearfinger was said to covet, was a detail too sharp, too specific to ignore. Finch, ever the rationalist, clung to logic like a drowning man to a log. Indeed, lactic acid buildup, a simple physiological response. He spent the next hour explaining the mechanics of muscle fatigue and abdominal cramping. His lecture a desperate attempt to build a wall of words between himself and the terrifying possibility that his pain was something more. He was trying to convince himself, not me. I watched the shadows dance and listened to the woods, the silence between his words growing heavier with each passing moment. The night was unnaturally still. No owls, no crickets. Not even the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, listening. We turned in early. I lay in my sleeping bag, my rifle by my side, staring at the thin nylon roof of my tent. Sleep wouldn't come. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of wind through the pines, sounded like a footstep, like a drawn-out, menacing breath. I thought of the stories. They say Utlunta can change her shape, that she can look like a member of your own family. A kindly old woman, a stooped figure leaning on a cane. She appears as a harmless, familiar figure to get close to her prey. The true horror of Spearfinger isn't in her monstrous form, but in her deception. It was sometime before dawn when the screaming started. It wasn't a cry of pain, but a raw, throat-shredding shriek of pure terror. I was out of my tent in a second, my hand gripping the cold steel of my rifle, my heart hammering against my ribs. The scream came from Finch's tent. I ripped the zipper open, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Finch was scrambling backward, crab walking into the far corner of the small tent, his eyes wide with a horror that went beyond mere pain. "She was here?" he gasped, his voice a ragged whisper.
Right here? Standing over me?
"Who was?" I demanded, my light scanning the empty tent. There was no one. An old woman. He choked out, his body trembling uncontrollably. A grandmotherly-looking woman. She was just looking at me. And then she smiled, and she was gone. He swore he'd only seen her for a moment, a fleeting image in the pre-dawn gloom. But the terror she'd imprinted on him was absolute. My blood ran cold. I tried to calm him down, telling him it was a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by the pain and the unfamiliar surroundings. He wasn't buying it, and frankly, neither was I. As I helped him sit up, he winced, clutching his side. "The pain, it's worse," he groaned. "So much worse." That's when my flashlight beam fell on his shirt. There was a small dark spot on the fabric, right where his hand had been. "Finch, stay still," I said, my voice tight. I gently lifted the hem of his shirt, and I saw it wasn't a bruise or a rash. It was a wound. A perfect, circular puncture. No wider than a pencil, drilled cleanly into his side. There was very little blood, just a neat, impossibly deep hole. It looked as if someone had taken a surgical instrument, a trocar perhaps, and driven it directly into him. I'd seen every kind of wound the wilderness can inflict. Gashes from bear claws, bites from snakes, punctures from broken branches, and this was like none of them. There was a clinical precision to it that was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my own disbelief. This was no longer a matter of folklore and academic debate. This was real. We had to get him out. "Now, we're leaving," I said, my voice harder than I intended. "Pack your things. We're heading back." But the man who had lectured me on the absurdity of myth was gone, replaced by a whimpering, terrified child. The descent into chaos was terrifyingly swift. As we tried to pack, Finch grew weaker by the minute. A sickly, jaundiced yellow began to creep into his skin, and the whites of his eyes. His liver. The very organ he had scoffed was the target of a primitive fable, was failing. The pain became so intense he could barely stand, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He clutched my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "She touched me, Caleb," he rasped, his eyes locking onto mine. In the dream, the old woman, she reached out a hand. Her finger, it was long and dark like stone. She just touched my side, right here. And it was like being stabbed with an icicle made of rock. The image, so closely mirroring the legend, was horrifying. Was the pain the lingering touch of her stone finger? Was the vision in the tent not a dream, but a memory? All of Finch's rational explanations, his talk of gallstones and appendicitis, evaporated in the face of that perfect, impossible wound and his rapid, terrifying decline. We abandoned the camp, taking only water and my emergency satellite phone. I tried to support him, carrying him as we stumbled away from the sharpening stone and the terrible silence that surrounded it. But it was no use. Every step was agony for him. After less than 100 yards, his legs gave out completely. I laid him down on a bed of moss, his body already convulsing. The yellow of his skin was deepening, his breathing becoming a horrifying, liquid rattle. He was delirious, his words a jumbled mess of academic jargon and terrified pleas. He spoke of fulminant hepatic failure in one breath and the stone finger in the next. He was a man watching his own logical world burn down around him, destroyed by a single, inexplicable fact. His end came just before noon. His back arched in a final, violent spasm, a guttural cry tearing from his throat. And then silence. The awful, waiting silence of the woods rushed back in to fill the void he had left. I stood there for a long time, the satellite phone feeling useless and heavy in my hand. What could I tell them? That a history professor had been stabbed by a ghost from a Cherokee legend. That his liver had been stolen by a shape-shifting witch. The official cause of death would be some form of catastrophic organ failure of unknown origin. But I knew. I had seen the wound. When the coroner's report eventually came back weeks later, it would note something impossible. Something that baffled the medical examiners. Alistair Finch's liver hadn't just been damaged. A significant, core portion of it was simply gone. Not ruptured, not diseased, but excised. Removed with a clean, surgical precision that defied any known animal attack or natural injury. It had been impossibly, horrifically, harvested. The silence that followed Alistair Finch's final, agonized cry was the most profound I have ever experienced. It was more than the absence of sound. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket that smothered the world. The birds, the insects, the wind itself, all seemed to have ceased, paying deference to the horror that had just unfolded. I stood over his body, the satellite phone clutched in my hand, a useless plastic brick connecting me to a world that no longer made sense. What do you say? My client is dead. That part was easy, factual. He was killed by a legend. A story did this. That was impossible. I made the call. My voice was a stranger's, a flat, dead thing. This is Caleb Thorne. I have a client, Alistair Finch. He's deceased. I gave them our coordinates, the ones Finch had so meticulously plotted on his map. The dispatcher asked for the cause. I hesitated, the truth a wild, screaming bird in my throat. A sudden illness. I said the lie tasting like ash. A seizure of some kind. It was fast. He's gone. There was a pause on the other end, the crackle of static a universe away. They told me a team would be dispatched, but the terrain was difficult. It would take time. I was to stay with the body and not touch anything. Time is a different beast in the deep woods when you are alone with a corpse. The hours that followed were a slow, grinding torment. I couldn't bear to look at Finch's face, at the rictus of terror permanently etched onto his features, his skin the color of old parchment. I moved a short distance away, but I could feel his presence, a cold spot in the warm autumn air. The forest, my lifelong sanctuary, had become a place of menace. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a stooped, grandmotherly figure. I'd catch a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. A bent branch that looked like a long, bony finger. The pattern of lichen on a tree that resembled a smiling face, and my heart would seize. I was no longer an observer of this world. I was prey. I didn't eat. I couldn't drink. I just sat with my rifle across my lap, my back against a tree, and waited. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, colors that usually brought me peace, but now only seemed mocking and grotesque. The thought of spending a night out here, with Finch's body and the thing that had killed him, was a terror beyond any I had ever known. I thought about the sharpening stone, less than a mile away. I imagined a stone, skinned creature, her hunger sated for now, watching me from the deepening gloom, patient. The stories say she can live for generations on a single liver. The rescue team, two grim-faced forest rangers, found me just as dusk was settling in. Their relief at finding me alive was quickly replaced by a professional, detached curiosity as they examined Finch's body. I saw the moment they found the wound. One of them, a younger man named Harris, knelt and whistled softly. "What in God's name did this?" he muttered, looking at me. "I don't know," I said, my voice hoarse. "I didn't see any animal." They asked me 100 questions as they worked, their voices calm but their eyes sharp, searching my face for inconsistencies. What were his symptoms? When did the pain start? Did he say anything? I gave them the sanitized version. The sudden pain, the delirium, the seizure. I said nothing of the old woman in the tent, of the stone finger, of the legend he had so fatally mocked. They would have thought I was crazy, or worse, that I was covering for something. They wrapped Finch's body, and we began the long, slow journey back in near darkness. A nightmarish procession through the whispering woods. The official investigation was a blur of fluorescent, lit rooms, sterile offices, and men in uniforms who looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. I told my story again and again, the lie becoming smoother, more polished with each repetition. But the real problem wasn't my story, it was Finch's body. The coroner was a no. Nonsense woman with tired eyes who had seen everything. But she couldn't explain what she was looking at. I've listed the cause of death as fulminant hepatic failure. She told me in a small, windowless office, a file open on the desk between us. His liver gave out. Massively. Catastrophically. But that's not the strange part. She slid a glossy photograph across the desk. It was a clinical, horrifying image of the wound. This puncture, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's a perfect circle, cauterized at the edges. Almost no tearing. No animal has a bite like that. And there's no weapon I know of that would leave a mark like this without causing significantly more damage to the surrounding tissue. She paused, looking at me intently. But that's not even the strangest part. Mr. Thorne, a significant portion of his liver was gone. Not ruptured, not liquefied by disease. It was excised, removed, as if by a surgeon. A very, very skilled surgeon in the middle of the woods, with no surgical tools. Can you explain that? I shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. They couldn't explain it, so they buried it. The official report was a masterpiece of bureaucratic obfuscation, filled with words like anomalous and inconclusive. They settled on a theory involving an unidentified animal and a pre-existing, undiagnosed medical condition. It was a story, a fiction they created so they could close the file and move on. They had their folklore, and I had mine. The difference is, I knew mine was real. I don't guide much anymore. The mountains are no longer a refuge. The silence no longer brings me peace. It feels like a held breath. I look at the ridges, wreathed in their ancient mists, and I don't see beauty. I see a hunting ground. I see a place where old, hungry things wait with the patience of stone. Alistair Finch came here to deconstruct a myth, to pin it down and label it like a dead butterfly. He believed knowledge was a shield. He didn't understand that some stories aren't meant to be broken down. They are warnings. They are the fences built around the edges of the world, and there are very good reasons why. You should never, ever tear them down. My name is Jack Coulter, and for 15 years, my world has been the jagged, unforgiving peaks of the Himalayas. I don't guide tourists hoping for a scenic trek to Everest Base Camp or spiritual seekers looking for enlightenment in a remote monastery. I guide hunters, not the kind who seek trophies for their walls, but a different breed entirely, men and women of immense wealth and singular focus, who hunt not animals, but experiences. They want to stand on a precipice where few have stood, to feel the bite of an altitude that can kill a man in hours, and to return with a story that money alone cannot buy. My job is to keep them alive while they do it. I have a reputation for being the best, which is to say I am cautious, pragmatic, and have buried the memory of the few clients I have lost deep beneath a professional calm. Dr. Alistair Thorne was different. He did not contact me through the usual channels, the high-end adventure firms in Geneva, or the exclusive clubs in London. A letter arrived at my small office in Kathmandu, delivered by a local courier on heavy, cream-colored stationery bearing the crest of a university I'd never heard of. The letter was concise, almost abrupt, stating his intention to fund an expedition into the unmapped Hongu Valley in the shadow of Makalu. He was seeking, he wrote, the specimen that would redefine primatology and alter the course of anthropology forever. He didn't use the word yeti in the letter, but I knew. Only one legend was big enough to warrant that kind of academic grandstanding. We met a month later in the wood, paneled bar of the Yak Inn Yeti Hotel. He was a man who seemed ill, suited to his surroundings, while the bar was filled with rugged clangers and trekkers in fleece and down. Thorne wore a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches, his thin, graying hair meticulously combed. He was wary and taut, his face dominated by a pair of piercing blue eyes that seemed to burn with a dry, feverish intensity. He had the zeal of a crusader, the unwavering conviction of a man who has found his one true religion. Mr. Coulter, he began, foregoing any pleasantries. He had a precise, clipped way of speaking. I am not an adventurer. I am a scientist. For 30 years, my colleagues have ridiculed my theories, dismissed my research as fanciful. They call me a charlatan, a pseudo-scientist chasing mountain fables. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto mine. I intend to prove them all wrong. I will bring back incontrovertible proof of the existence of Homo sapiens nivis, The yeti. He laid out his plan. It was ambitious to the point of recklessness. The Hongu Valley is one of the most isolated places on Earth, a place where maps are little more than hopeful suggestions. It's a treacherous maze of glaciers, crevices, and sheer rock faces. To him, this inaccessibility was not a deterrent. It was a core part of his hypothesis. It was, he argued, the perfect isolated ecosystem for a large, relict hominid to have survived, undisturbed by the modern world. I told him the cost, a figure I intentionally inflated, expecting him to balk. He didn't even blink. He simply nodded and slid a banker's draft across the table for half the amount. The other half upon our return, he said, as if failure was not a possibility. There was one condition on my end. I would not go without my partner, Tenzin. Tenzin was more than a Sherpa. He was a part of the mountains. He was born in their shadow, and he understood them in a way no outsider ever could. He read the ice, the wind, and the snow not with instruments, but with an intuition that ran in his blood. He was my compass and my conscience, a steady, calming presence in a world of extremes. Thorne agreed without argument, dismissing Tenzin's role as a necessity he was happy to delegate to me. We set out a week later, a small, self-sufficient team, myself, Thorne, and Tenzin. The first few days of the trek were deceptively beautiful. The air was crisp and clean, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue. We moved through rhododendron forests and across thundering glacial rivers, the white peaks of the high Himalayas growing larger with each passing day. Thorne was relentlessly driven, pushing the pace, his eyes constantly scanning the landscape, not with the wonder of a traveler, but with the focused gaze of a predator searching for its quarry. Tenzin was quiet, as he often was, but I noticed a tension in him I hadn't seen before. He would often stop and listen, his head cocked, as if trying to decipher a message on the wind that I could not hear. After a week, we left the last vestiges of known trails behind and entered the valley. The atmosphere changed instantly. The mountains closed in around us, colossal walls of black rock and blue ice that blocked out the sun for much of the day. A profound, almost sacred silence descended, broken only by the crunch of our boots in the snow and the distant, groaning roar of shifting glaciers. We were utterly alone. Thorne was in his element, his excitement growing with every fruitless day. He treated the lack of evidence as a positive sign, a confirmation of the creature's elusive nature. He would spend hours documenting flora, collecting soil samples, and setting up motion. Activated cameras that were always empty by morning. It was on the 8th day that we found them. We had crested a high, windswept ridge when Tenzin, walking point, stopped dead. He didn't say a word, just raised a hand. I moved up beside him and looked down. There, pressed deep into a fresh layer of snow, was a line of footprints. They were immense, easily twice the size of a man's foot, and unmistakably bipedal. The stride was enormous, the distance between each print far greater than any human could manage. They were too large, too clear, too perfectly formed to be a bear or any other known animal. They were impossible. A cold dread, sharp and immediate, washed over me. But Thorne, when he saw them, let out a choked, triumphant cry. He scrambled down the ridge, falling to his knees beside the first print, as if it were a holy relic. He pulled out a camera and a tape measure, his hands trembling with exhilaration.
This is it, Coulter! This is it! The proof!
I looked at Tenzin. His face, usually so calm and weathered, was ashen. His eyes were wide with a primal fear I had never seen in him. He spoke in a hushed, fearful whisper, his voice barely audible over the wind. "This is not Yeti," he said, his gaze fixed on the tracks leading away into the desolate white. "This is Nyalmo." The name meant nothing to me, but the way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. He explained in that same terrified whisper that the common Yeti, the Te of legend, was a shy, reclusive creature, more ape than man, something to be avoided but not feared. The Nyalmo was different. It was a giant, a black-furred monster said to stand 15 feet tall, a creature of malevolent intelligence and unnatural strength. It was not an animal to be studied. It was a demon to be fled from. The legends said it did not just kill, but that it hunted for sport, that it enjoyed the terror of its prey. Following these tracks, Tenzin insisted, was a taboo, an invitation for a death so terrible the gods themselves would turn away. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "We must turn back, Jack. Now, to follow this is to die." Thorne overheard him and scoffed, his face flushed with victory.
Nonsense! Superstitious folklore!
"This is a magnificent biological discovery, not a demon. We are on the cusp of history." He turned to me, his eyes gleaming. "I'll double your fee, Coulter. Double it. Think of what that money means." He then turned to Tenzin. "And for you, triple. Enough to buy a new house in Kumjung, to send your children to the best schools in Kathmandu. Triple your fee to take a few more steps." And there it was, the mistake, the pivot point upon which my life would turn. I looked at the tracks, and I felt the deep, instinctual wrongness of it all. I looked at Tenzin's terrified face, the face of a man who knew these mountains in his bones, a man I trusted implicitly. And then I looked at the life that Thorne's money represented. A life away from the ice, away from the constant risk, a life of comfort and security. I made a choice. I chose the money over wisdom. I turned to my friend, the man whose life I had sworn to protect, and I convinced him to continue. I told him it was just a few more days. I told him we would be careful. I saw the betrayal and fear in his eyes, but he had always trusted my judgment. He reluctantly, silently agreed. That decision still screams in the silence of my nights. As we packed up our gear and began to follow the tracks of the Nyalmo deeper into the valley, the sun seemed to dip behind the peaks, casting the world in a cold, gray light. The air grew heavy, and the silence was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. It was the suffocating, immense pressure of being stalked. The weight of being watched was a physical thing. It settled over us like a shroud as we followed the tracks, a suffocating pressure that stole the breath and chilled the soul. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to shift and coalesce into a looming form just at the edge of vision. The Himalayas, which had once felt majestic and indifferent, now felt actively hostile, a conscious entity that had turned against us. We were no longer explorers in an untamed wilderness. We were trespassers in a sacred and guarded domain. Tenzin walked with his head bowed, his usual fluid grace replaced by a heavy, mechanical trudge. He had retreated into a profound silence, his face a mask of grim resignation. The trust he had placed in me for years was broken, and in its place was a chasm of fear and betrayal that I could feel widening with every step we took. He clutched a small string of prayer beads in his hand, his thumb constantly working over them, a desperate, silent mantra against the encroaching dark. My guilt was a hot coal in my gut. I had sold his wisdom, his faith, and possibly his life, for a sum of money that now felt like a pittance. Thorne, by contrast, was a man possessed by a manic energy. The fear that paralyzed Tenzin and gnawed at me seemed to fuel him. He saw the oppressive atmosphere not as a threat, but as confirmation. He strode ahead, his tape measure and camera in hand, documenting every print with a feverish intensity, muttering to himself about bone structure, gait, and the sheer biological impossibility of it all. He was a scientist on the verge of his life's work, and the palpable sense of danger was merely the price of admission. He was blind to the terror in Tenzin's eyes and deaf to the warning bells that were screaming in my own head. We made camp that evening in the lee of a massive rock outcropping, a pathetic attempt at finding a defensible position in a valley that offered none. The sun bled out from behind the peaks, and the temperature plummeted. As darkness consumed the valley, the world shrank to the small, flickering circle of our camp stove. The silence was absolute, a deep, resonant void that amplified every nervous cough, every rustle of fabric. That's when the screams began. It started as a low moan that seemed to emanate from the glaciers themselves, a sound of immense and ancient sorrow. Then it began to climb, rising in pitch and volume, until it became a piercing, unearthly wail that tore through the night. It was not the call of any animal I had ever heard. It lacked the guttural roar of a bear or the howl of a wolf. This was a sound of intelligent, calculated malevolence. It echoed off the rock walls, seeming to come from all directions at once, a disorienting and terrifying symphony of madness. It was a sound designed to unmake a man's sanity, to strip away the thin veneer of civilization and expose the raw, primal terror beneath. Tenzin dropped to his knees, his face buried in his hands, his body trembling violently. Thorne, however, scrambled for his recording equipment, his face alight with a horrifying mixture of terror and academic ecstasy. "Did you hear that? Did you hear it?" he hissed, fumbling with the microphone.
That's a vocalization. Complex, not a simple primate.
"This is monumental." The screams continued for what felt like an eternity, rising and falling, sometimes sounding like a woman's shriek, other times like the shriek of tortured metal. It was a siege of sound. We were trapped in our tiny circle of light, besieged by a horror we could not see. I pulled my flare gun from my pack, my hand shaking. It felt like a child's toy against the immensity of that sound. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that rushed back in was somehow worse, heavy with the memory of the screams and the anticipation of what would come next. Sleep was impossible. We sat huddled together, 3 men bound by a terrible decision, each lost in his own private hell. Sometime in the deepest hour of the night, I saw it. A movement. I had been staring out into the darkness, my eyes straining, when a shape detached itself from the deeper shadows of the rock face opposite our camp. It was immense, a fleeting silhouette against the star-dusted snowfield, impossibly tall and broad. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that belied its size, a flowing liquid motion that was utterly unnatural. It was there for only a second, a brief and terrifying vision, before it melted back into the darkness. But I had seen it. It was not a trick of the light. It was real, and it was watching us. I didn't tell the others. Tenzin was already broken, and Thorne's manic excitement was more dangerous than his fear. I kept the sighting to myself, a cold stone of certainty in my stomach. We were being hunted, not by a dumb beast, but by something that understood strategy. It was circling us, testing us, toying with us. The legends Tenzin had spoken of filled my mind. Glowing red eyes, a foul stench that could paralyze a man, a creature of unnatural power and cunning. The next day was a descent into paranoia. We followed the tracks, which now seemed mocking in their clarity. The creature was making no effort to hide its path. It was leading us, drawing us deeper into its domain. Every rock formation looked like a crouching figure. Every gust of wind carried a phantom scent, a thick, musky odor that was gone as soon as I tried to place it. We found one of Thorne's motion. Activated cameras, not just broken, but meticulously disassembled. The lens was shattered, the memory card was gone, and the delicate internal components were laid out on a flat rock as if for inspection. No bear could do that. No animal could display such precise, contemptuous destruction. Thorne documented the scene with a grim fascination. His scientific detachment a thin mask for the fear that was finally beginning to penetrate his obsession. Incredible, he whispered, his voice hoarse. It displays tool use problem, solving abilities. It's investigating our technology. Tenzin refused to even look at it. He simply stood apart, chanting softly, his eyes closed. He was preparing himself for the end. That night, the siege escalated. The screams returned, closer this time, more aggressive. Then came the rocks. Small pebbles at first, clattering against the outcropping above our tent. Then larger stones, thudding into the snow around us with menacing accuracy. It was a deliberate, calculated assault designed to terrorize, to remind us of our fragility. We were fish in a barrel, and the hunter was amusing itself before the kill. Thorne, his nerve finally starting to crack, would periodically aim a flashlight, beam into the darkness, its pale light swallowed by the immense blackness, revealing nothing but swirling snow. The psychological toll was devastating. We were trapped in a state of constant, high-alert dread. The lack of sleep, the gnawing fear, and the crushing altitude were fraying our minds. Thorne's scientific curiosity was curdling into a desperate, wild-eyed obsession. He talked incessantly, weaving theories about the creature's intelligence, its social structure, its place on the evolutionary tree. His voice growing louder and more frantic with each passing hour. He was a man trying to rationalize a nightmare, to fit an ancient demon into the neat, orderly boxes of his science. And he was failing. Tenzin, for his part, had almost stopped eating. He performed his duties with a zombie-like efficiency, but his spirit was gone. He was a hollow man, waiting for the inevitable. As the third night fell, a heavy, wet snow began to fall, blanketing the valley in an eerie silence. The world was muffled, claustrophobic. The air grew thick with a foul, carrion stench that caught in the back of the throat. It was the smell of a predator, the smell of death. We knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that this was the night. The toying was over. The hunt was about to reach its conclusion. The heavy, wet snow muffled the world, creating a suffocating, soundless prison. Inside our tent, the only light was the weak, flickering beam of a single headlamp. The air was thick with the foul, carrion stench that clung to the back of the throat. A primal odor that bypassed reason and spoke directly to the oldest parts of the brain. It was the smell of a predator, the smell of rotten raw meat. We didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. My guilt, Thorne's crumbling sanity, and Tenzin's hollow resignation had created 3 isolated islands of misery. We were simply waiting. We knew, with a certainty that was as solid as the ice beneath us, that the toying was over. The hunt was about to end. The attack came without warning. There was no roar, no scream, just a sudden, violent upheaval. The world turned upside down as the tent was whipped from its moorings with a force that defied comprehension. One moment we were sitting in a fragile shelter. The next we were exposed to the biting wind and swirling snow, buried under a tangle of canvas and poles. A shadow, vast and absolute, blotted out the sky. It was a presence of impossible scale, a moving mountain of black fur and muscle. Panic, pure and undiluted, took over. We scrambled out from under the wreckage, crawling on our hands and knees. My only thought was shelter. My eyes darted around frantically and found it a shallow cave. Little more than a dark slash in the rock face we had camped against, perhaps 20 yards away. It wasn't much, but it was our only hope. The cave. I screamed, my voice raw. We ran. It was a desperate, clumsy sprint through the knee, deep snow, our lungs burning in the thin, frigid air. Behind us, there was a sound of rending metal as the creature tore through our supplies, tossing our stove and equipment aside like a child's toys. It was a display of casual, terrifying strength. It could have caught us in 2 strides, but it didn't. It was letting us run. It was savoring the moment. We tumbled into the cave, piling on top of each other in the narrow space. The opening was barely tall enough to crouch through, and the interior was only a few feet deep. We pressed ourselves against the back wall, our bodies trembling uncontrollably as the creature's immense form blocked the entrance, plunging us into absolute darkness. We were cornered. Trapped. The psychological torment that followed was worse than any physical assault. The creature didn't try to enter the cave. The opening was likely too small for its bulk. Instead, it laid siege to our minds. It began to breathe. Deep, resonant inhalations that sounded like a blacksmith's bellows, followed by long, guttural exhalations that fogged the air with a foul, hot stench. The sound was intimate, terrifyingly close. It was the sound of a predator patiently waiting for its prey to break. Then it began to scrape its claws against the rock around the entrance, a sound like giant nails on a slate blackboard that set my teeth on edge. It would circle the opening, its heavy footsteps thudding in the snow, a constant, rhythmic reminder of its presence and our helplessness. We could hear it sniffing, probing, testing our pathetic sanctuary. Hours passed in that suffocating darkness, each minute an eternity. Tenzin was a silent, rigid form beside me, his prayers having given way to a stunned, catatonic trance. But Thorne was undergoing a terrible transformation. His fear, which had been building for days, finally shattered and reformed into something else, something monstrous. His scientific curiosity, twisted by terror, and the crushing reality of what lay just feet away, had curdled into a kind of religious ecstasy. His breathing became ragged, punctuated by soft, choked giggles. "It's beautiful," he whispered, his voice trembling with a horrifying awe. Perfectly adapted. The apex predator. My God, the sheer power, the intelligence. He was no longer a man of science. He was a worshiper at the altar of a monster. The creature outside was not a threat to him anymore. It was his vindication. It was the culmination of his life's work, the living, breathing proof that would silence his critics and immortalize his name. And in his broken mind, one final, insane thought took root. He needed a picture. The flash will disorient it. He began to mutter, his voice gaining a frantic conspiratorial edge. Just for a second, That's all I need. One photograph. One clear image to show the world. Thorne, no. I hissed, grabbing his arm.
Stay down.
Are you insane? He wrenched his arm away, his eyes gleaming with a mad light in the gloom.
You don't understand, Coulter. This is history. This is everything.
Before I or Tenzin could react, he made a run for it. He scrambled out of the cave entrance, his camera held aloft like a holy talisman. He screamed into the swirling snow, a wild, triumphant cry.
I see you.
You magnificent bastard. I see you. For a moment, there was a stunned silence. Then, the night was shattered by a single, guttural roar. It was a sound of pure, unrestrained fury, a sound that vibrated through the rock and into our very bones. It was followed by a brief, choked human scream, a sound that was cut off with sickening finality. And then came the crunch. It was a wet, percussive sound, the unmistakable noise of massive bones being snapped like twigs. It was followed by a series of tearing, ripping sounds that my mind refused to process. In the blackness of the cave, my imagination painted a picture far more vivid and horrifying than anything I could have seen. Tenzin and I stayed in that cave until the first hint of dawn touched the high peaks. We didn't speak. We barely breathed. We just huddled together. Two men hollowed out by a terror so profound it had scarred us clean of everything else. When the gray morning light finally filtered into our refuge, we crawled out on stiff, trembling limbs. The scene was one of absolute devastation. Our camp was obliterated, but Alistair Thorne was gone. There was a wide, crimson stain in the snow where he had made his stand, and from it, a single, deep furrow led away from the cave. It was a drag mark. We followed it, our feet numb, our minds detached. We followed the trail across the snowfield, past the wreckage of our expedition, towards the base of an impossibly steep, icy cliff face. The drag marks went right to the base of the cliff, and then they went up. They continued vertically, up the sheer wall of ice and rock, a clear, unambiguous trail leading to some unseen ledge or cavern high above. There was no body, there was nothing. Just the impossible trail, a final, terrifying testament to the unnatural power of the thing that had hunted us. We never saw Alistair Thorne again. The journey back was a silent, haunted dream. We didn't look back. We just walked, putting one foot in front of the other, until the oppressive weight of the valley finally lifted. I never collected the other half of my fee. The money felt cursed, stained with the blood of my own foolishness. I have never guided another soul into the mountains. Some nights, when the wind howls outside my window, I can still hear those screams. And in my dreams, I am always back in that cave, listening to the crunch of bone, forever haunted by the price of my mistake. My name is Ryo, and the mountains are my life. It's a simple statement, but it's the truest thing I know. I was born in a small village nestled in the shadow of the Akashi Mountains, what tourists and foreigners call the southern Japanese Alps. For generations, my family has lived here, not just surviving the mountains, but living with them. We understand their moods, the way the light changes before a storm, the particular silence that precedes an avalanche, and the weight of the stories that cling to the ancient rocks and thousand-year-old cedars like morning mist. I am a mountain guide. It's a profession that sounds adventurous to outsiders, and at times it is. I've led people to summits that touch the heavens and shown them views that can cleanse a soul. But my work is more than just marking trails and checking weather reports. I am a custodian of a fragile peace, a bridge between the modern world and a place that operates on older, more profound rules. The mountains have a memory, and they demand respect. Most of my clients, whether they are foreigners seeking exotic thrills or city dwellers from Tokyo looking for an escape, understand this instinctively. They feel the presence of this place, the deep resonant power, and they walk with a certain quiet reverence. They listen when I tell them which streams are safe to drink from, which paths to avoid after dark, and which shrines must be acknowledged with a silent bow. They understand that they are guests in a kingdom that does not belong to them. But Kenji Tanaka was different. He booked me for a 5-day trek deep into a remote region known for its untouched forests and challenging terrain. From his first email, his tone was demanding, laced with an arrogance that set my teeth on edge. He wasn't interested in the spirit of the mountains. He was interested in conquering them. He was a second-generation Japanese, American, a loud, back-slapping businessman from Chicago who, in his own words, wanted to get in touch with his roots. His idea of reconnecting with his heritage, however, seemed to involve treating the Japanese as a personal theme park, a backdrop for his own grand narrative. When I met him at the train station in Shizuoka, he was exactly as I'd pictured. He was a large man, built more for boardrooms than for mountain trails, dressed head to toe in a catalog's worth of brand new wateringly expensive hiking gear. The boots looked so pristine, I doubted they'd ever touched anything but carpeted floors. He clapped me on the shoulder with a booming laugh, his voice echoing in the quiet station, making an old woman wince.
Rao, my man, you look like the real deal!
Ready to show a city boy what these hills are all about. His Japanese was clumsy, peppered with English phrases and a thick American accent. But he spoke it with the confidence of a man who has never been corrected in his life. Throughout our initial briefing, he seemed to listen to nothing I said. While I pointed out our route on the topographical map, explaining the dangers of exposure on the high ridges and the importance of rationing our supplies, his attention was on a bottle of premium Jamai, Dajin Joseki he was pulling from his oversized pack. Brought a little something to celebrate, he announced, waving the bottle like a trophy. The best of the best, for reconnecting with the homeland. You know. I tried to explain that alcohol at high altitudes was a dangerous liability, that we needed our wits about us. He just laughed it off. Relax, Ryo. A little drink never hurt anyone. It's all part of the experience. The first 2 days of the hike were a trial of my patience. Kenji was boisterous and perpetually disrespectful. He complained about the lack of cell service, littered candy wrappers on the trail, despite my quiet requests for him to pack out his trash, and played loud, obnoxious music from a portable speaker, shattering the sacred silence of the ancient forests. He treated the wilderness not as a living entity to be respected, but as a commodity he had purchased. He was perpetually half drunk on his expensive sake, his inhibitions washed away by the alcohol, revealing a core of profound emptiness beneath the bravado. He was a man defined by what he owned, not by who he was, and here, in a place where possessions meant nothing, he seemed desperate to assert his dominance. On the third day, we entered a place I had both revered and feared since I was a child, a deep, narrow canyon carved by a glacier millennia ago, known to the locals as the Boy's Mouth. It was famous for its strange and perfect echoes. It was a place of serene, almost intimidating beauty. The granite walls rose hundreds of feet on either side, smooth and gray, creating a natural cathedral. The air was cool and still, and the only sound was the gentle murmur of the river that snaked along the canyon floor. I had warned Kenji that we should pass through this place quietly. It is considered a sacred place. I had told him the night before, sitting by our small campfire. It is said to be the home of a Yamabiko, a mountain spirit of the echo. He'd snorted into his cup of sake. A mountain spirit? Like a goblin or something? You really believe in that stuff, Ryo? It is a story that teaches respect, I said carefully. The folklore describes the Yamabiko as a mountain boy, a small, elusive yokai, often depicted as a cross between a dog and a monkey. It is said to be shy and harmless, but it is a spirit of the mountain. Such places, where the voice of the mountain can speak, are not to be trifled with. To mock the echo is to mock the mountain itself. He just laughed that booming, grating laugh. A monkey, dog that copies what you say. Sounds like fun. I'll be sure to say hello. Of course, he did more than that. As soon as we were deep within the canyon, where the acoustics were most pronounced, he saw it not as a sacred place, but as an amphitheater for his ego. That was his first and most critical mistake. He started by shouting, "Hello." His voice, raw and loud, bounced off the rock walls, returning to us a perfect, crystalline replica. "Hello!" He grinned, delighted. He then let out a whoop of joy, and the canyon whooped back. But his amusement quickly turned malicious. He started shouting insults, vulgarities I won't repeat, laughing hysterically as the canyon threw his crude jokes back at him from every direction. "Be quiet. Tanaka-san," I warned, my voice sharp. "Please, show some respect." He turned to me, his face flushed with alcohol and arrogance. "Respect? For what? A bunch of rocks? Lighten up, Ryo." This is the best part of the trip. He turned back to the canyon walls and bellowed, "You hear that, monkey dog? I'm not scared of you." He was directly mocking the Yamabiko. He was taunting the spirit of the echo in its own home. And then, the echoes began to change. It was subtle at first. He let out a long, barking laugh, and we waited for the reply. It didn't come. The canyon remained silent for 5 seconds, then 10. The silence stretched on, becoming unnatural and heavy. Just as Kenji was about to shout something else, a single, perfect echo of his laugh came back, seeming to emanate from a point deep within the rock, a full 10 seconds after he'd fallen silent. It was jarring, a sound out of time. Kenji frowned. "Weird. Must be a strange angle." He shouted again, a string of nonsense words. This time, there was no echo at all, only the profound, listening silence of the canyon. He tried again. Nothing. Huh. Guess the show's over, he grumbled, disappointed. We walked on for another 20 feet, the only sound the crunch of our boots on the gravel. And then, from the rock wall to our right, a voice whispered, "The trail is too damn rocky." It was Kenji's voice. A perfect imitation. It was a snippet of a complaint he had made 2 hours earlier, as we were scrambling up a steep incline. Kenji froze, his head snapping toward the sound. "What was that? Did you say something, Ryo?" I shook my head, my heart beginning to pound in my chest. "Nope." From the wall on our left, his voice spoke again, this time with a lecherous chuckle. A line from a course Joki told that morning. It was another exact quote, a piece of a story he'd told me over breakfast. The folklore was wrong, or at least incomplete. The Yamabiko wasn't just a mountain boy. It wasn't a simple creature that mimicked the last sound it heard. What we were experiencing was something far more ancient and far more sinister. It wasn't just mimicking sound, it was accessing his memory. The realization hit me like a wave of ice water. The folklore was wrong, or at least incomplete. The Yamabiko wasn't just a mountain boy, not a simple creature that mimicked the last sound it heard. What we were experiencing was something far more ancient and far more sinister. It wasn't just mimicking sound, it was accessing his memory. Kenji stood frozen in the middle of the narrow path, his face once flushed with alcohol and arrogance, now a sheet of paper, white. His eyes were wide with a mixture of confusion and the first real tendrils of terror. That's not possible," he stammered, his head whipping back and forth like a cornered animal, trying to locate the source of the voice. "What kind of trick is this?" "Ryo, I'm not doing anything," I replied, my voice low and grave. "I warned you, Tanaka-san. This place..." I was cut off by another whisper, this time seeming to rise from a boulder near our feet. It was his own voice, but laced with an anxiety I had never heard from him before. "The Henderson deal is going to fall through," it said, clear as day. "They're all laughing at me back in Chicago." That's when the horror shifted from the bizarre to the deeply personal. This wasn't just a memory being replayed. These were his thoughts, his business anxieties, his deepest, most private fears that he had likely never even spoken aloud. The Yamabiko wasn't just listening, it was digging. "Stop it," Kenji yelled, his voice cracking with panic.
What the hell is that?
The canyon answered, not with his shout, but with a cold, mocking whisper in his own voice. Scared Kenji. The horror became purely psychological. The Yamabiko began whispering his private thoughts, his business anxieties, his marital insecurities. It dredged up his deepest fears and threw them back at him in his own voice, coming from all directions at once. "Does she know about the Vegas trip?" A voice sneered from the high cliffs above. "She only married you for the money." Another hissed from the shadows of a nearby rock. "Your father never thought you'd amount to anything." A whisper that sounded older, crueler, seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet. Kenji was unraveling. He clapped his hands over his ears, a futile gesture. The voices weren't external anymore. They were inside his head. The canyon had become a hall of mirrors, reflecting his own fractured psyche. He collapsed to his knees, his body racked with uncontrollable tremors. "Please, make it stop," he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. Please stop." I took a step toward him, intending to pull him to his feet, to drag him out of this cursed place. But before I could reach him, the canyon answered his plea. It mimicked his sob perfectly, twisting it into a pathetic, mocking whimper. "Please, stop," the echo whispered back in his own weak, pitiful tone. Kenji screamed, a raw sound of pure agony and despair. He scrambled back to his feet, his eyes wild with paranoia. He looked at me, but his gaze was unfocused, as if he were seeing some demon standing just behind me. "How are you doing this?" he snarled. "How did you get inside my head?" "This isn't me," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. "This is the mountain. You disrespected it, and now it is answering."
"Please!"
he shrieked. He began snatching up rocks and hurling them wildly at the canyon walls.
"Come on out!"
"Face me." "You coward!" But the canyon didn't answer his challenge. It answered with its cruelest weapon, his own truth. The whispers began again. This time a litany of petty shames, the small failures he had accumulated over a lifetime. The moments of cowardice he had tried to forget. The lies he told himself to sleep at night. Remember when you stole that money from your mother's purse. Remember when you let Tim take the blame for the broken window. Remember the look on her face when she realized you disappointed her again. Each whisper was an invisible knife, carving away at his sanity. He was being tormented by a creature that had crawled inside his mind and was using his own life as a weapon. I watched this big, boisterous man crumble, his bravado stripped away layer by layer, exposing the raw nerve of fear and insecurity beneath. He wasn't fighting the mountain anymore. He wasn't even fighting me. He was fighting his own reflection, and he was losing badly. I tried to grab his arm. We have to leave. Right now, Tanaka-san. He slapped my hand away violently.
Don't touch me!
He roared, his eyes rolling in their sockets. You're one of them. He started to run, a stumbling, chaotic sprint deeper into the canyon's heart. He wasn't trying to escape. He was just running from the voices. The whispers followed him, morphing into laughter. His own laughter, twisted into a grotesque, chilling cackle. It came from everywhere, disorienting him, tripping him up. I ran after him, shouting his name, but my voice was swallowed by the malevolent chorus. I saw him stumble, fall, and scramble back up. His eyes no longer on the path ahead, but darting over his shoulder at the unseen enemy that was tearing his soul apart. The air in the canyon grew noticeably colder, though the sun was still high overhead. The shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen, clinging to the rocks like an oil slick. A feeling of being watched was intense, as if every tree and every stone had an eye, and all of them were enjoying the show. This was the Yamabiko's domain, and we had trespassed in the worst way. Kenji had committed the crime of hubris, and now he was facing a judgment delivered not by a god, but by the echoes of his own failures. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that if I couldn't get him out of the boy's mouth, soon, the canyon would consume him completely. It wouldn't kill him with a rockfall or a misstep. It would drive him mad, stripping away his humanity until nothing was left. He would become just another voice in the place's terrible symphony, a whispering cautionary tale for any who would dare to mock the mountain. I chased Kenji deeper into the winding gut of the canyon, my own fear a cold knot in my stomach. The air itself felt thick, heavy with a malevolent intelligence. The whispers continued, a relentless assault on his sanity, but they were no longer just fragments of memory or insecurity. They were coalescing, weaving together the threads of his life into a tapestry of pure torment. The Yamabiko was no longer just a mirror. It had become an artist, and Kenji's soul was its canvas. He stumbled and fell near the river's edge, scrambling in the loose scree. He looked up, not at me, but at the sheer rock face opposite us. His eyes were wide with a new kind of horror, one that went beyond fear and into the realm of profound, soul-shattering grief. The cacophony of whispers had ceased. A new sound had taken its place, a sound that cut through the oppressive silence with chilling clarity. It was the soft, gentle humming of a lullaby, a simple, familiar tune. The breaking point, when it came, was not loud or violent. It was quiet, and all the more terrible for it. The canyon, having flayed him open with his fears and failures, now delivered the killing blow. From the rock wall, a new voice emerged. It wasn't his own. It was a woman's voice, soft and filled with a warmth that was utterly out of place in this cold, cruel canyon. Kenji-chan, the voice whispered. a perfect imitation of a voice he had not heard in years. Why did you leave me alone for so long? I saw the last vestiges of his sanity snap. This was a deeper magic, a more profound cruelty than anything that had come before. The Yamabiko was not just pulling from his memories now. It was recreating them. It was animating the ghosts of his past. Echo, he whispered, his voice trembling and broken. He pushed himself to his feet, taking a hesitant step toward the rock wall as if it were a long-lost lover. Echo, is that you? The voice whispered again, a perfect imitation of his first wife, who had died of a sudden illness nearly a decade ago. It whispered her name, not in his voice, but in hers. I've been so cold, Kenji. So lonely. He was no longer in the canyon. In his mind, he was somewhere else entirely, caught in a waking nightmare crafted from his deepest regrets. He was talking to a ghost conjured by a mountain spirit, a phantom made of sound and memory. I'm here, Echo, he cried, his voice thick with tears. He began to walk towards the sheer granite wall, his hands outstretched. I'm here now. I won't leave you again. I promise. He's not real. Tanaka-san, I shouted, my voice sounding thin and useless against the power of the illusion.
It's a trick! It's the mountain!
He didn't hear me. He was completely lost, his mind captured by the phantom voice. He reached the rock face and pressed his hands against the cold, unyielding stone, his cheek resting against it as if expecting a tender embrace. I'm so sorry, he sobbed. I should have been there more. I was so focused on work, on everything else. The voice of his dead wife answered, its tone shifting from gentle sorrow to a cold, accusatory hiss. You were never there. You were always gone. You let me die alone. Kenji recoiled from the rock as if he had been burned. He stared at the granite, his face a mask of agony. No, that's not true. He began to run again. But this time he wasn't running from the voices. He was chasing them. The voice of Echo began to move, echoing from further down the canyon, then from up on the ridge, then from across the river. It was a phantom leading him on a deadly chase.
Wait for me,
he screamed, running blindly into the darkening forest at the canyon's edge. Echo, don't leave me again. I ran after him, but he was fueled by a desperate, grief-stricken madness that I could not match. I followed the sound of his crashing through the undergrowth, his desperate pleas echoing faintly through the trees. I searched for him for 2 days. The official search party, when they finally arrived, found my story of a mountain spirit to be the ramblings of a guide who had cracked under pressure. They assumed Kenji had simply gotten lost, panicked, and succumbed to the elements. But I knew the truth. For those 2 days, I never found a single track. Not a broken branch. Not a footprint. Not a scrap of his expensive gear. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him whole. The only thing I found was the sound. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I would hear it. The faint, distant sound of his own laughter, echoing from places he could not possibly be. From the top of an inaccessible spire, from deep within a thicket of thorns where no man could pass. It was the same booming, arrogant laugh I had heard at the train station, but now it was hollow, a ghost of a sound, forever part of the canyon's malevolent chorus. He was lost, a ghost in his own head. The Yamabiko had not just driven him mad, it had consumed him. It had taken his voice, his memories, his very essence, and added them to its collection. He was no longer Kenji Tanaka, the businessman from Chicago. He was just another echo in a place that fed on regret and hubris. I still guide people through the mountains, But I never go back to the boy's mouth. I tell my clients that the trail is too dangerous, that it is prone to rock slides. It's a lie, of course, but it is a necessary one. Some places are not meant for us. They operate on rules we can never fully comprehend, and they guard their secrets with a jealousy that can shatter a man's mind. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, blowing down from the high peaks, I think I can still hear him. A faint whisper on the breeze, a fragment of a coarse joke, or a single, desperate cry, forever chasing the echoes of a dead woman's voice. My name is Kenji Tanaka, and for 15 years, the mountains of Honshu have been my office, my sanctuary, and, on occasion, my confessional. I guide those who seek the wild heart of Japan, leading them through ancient cedar forests and across volcanic ridges that scrape against the sky. I am not a hunter of animals, but a purveyor of experience, guiding photographers, intrepid hikers, and those simply wishing to lose themselves in a silence that predates mankind. I have learned the mountain's languages, the whisper of wind through bamboo that signals a coming front, the sharp crack of a falling rock that speaks of instability, the profound, heavy silence that warns of something older and more patient than stone. I have seen the beauty that can bring a man to tears and the raw power that can extinguish a life with indifferent ease. It is a place that demands respect, a currency some of my clients arrive with in short supply. This time, my clients were a young couple from Australia, Liam and Chloe. They had booked the excursion months in advance, a 7-day trek through the more remote trails of the Chichibu, Tama Kai National Park as the grand finale to their honeymoon. From their initial emails, they sounded like ideal companions, experienced, enthusiastic, and eager to embrace the challenge. When I met them at the train station in Oku, Tama, they were every bit as vibrant as their correspondence suggested. Liam was tall and broad-shouldered, with a booming laugh and a handshake that felt like a promise of strength. Chloe was his perfect counterpart, smaller and wary, with eyes that danced with an infectious energy and a smile that seemed permanently affixed to her face. They were a portrait of young love, wrapped in the blissful, bulletproof armor of their own happiness. Their gear was top of the line, their boots barely scuffed. They spoke of trails they had conquered in Tasmania and the Rockies, their stories filled with a casual bravado that set a small, quiet alarm bell ringing in the back of my mind. It's a specific type of confidence I've seen before, one that mistakes physical endurance for genuine wisdom. They saw the mountains as a gymnasium, a beautiful backdrop for their personal achievements, not as a living entity with its own moods and its own rules. I tried, as we went over the maps, that first evening in the warm light of the Minshuku, to impart a sense of the mountain's sovereignty. I spoke of how quickly the weather could turn, how a trail that was clear at dawn could be a treacherous waterway by noon. They nodded politely, their smiles unwavering, but their eyes held the placid certainty of people who had never truly been tested by nature. They heard my words, but they did not listen. The first 2 days were deceptively idyllic. The autumn air was crisp and clean, and the sun cast a golden glow on the turning leaves of the maple and birch trees. We walked trails carpeted with moss, the silence broken only by the chatter of birds and the pleasant rhythm of our own breathing. Liam and Chloe were in their element, charging ahead with boundless energy, stopping to capture photos of themselves kissing against panoramic vistas. I let them set the pace. Watching them, enjoying their happiness, yet the feeling of unease lingered, a low hum beneath the surface of the perfect days. On the second night, as we sat around our small campfire, I told them an old story, a local legend about the Yamamba, the mountain hag. I framed it as a piece of local color, a spooky tale for the campfire. I spoke of a Waikai who appeared to lost travelers as a kind, elderly woman, offering them shelter and food, only to reveal her monstrous nature once they were trapped. Liam laughed it off. Every culture's got its bogeyman. Right, Kenji? Chloe shivered theatrically. Well, let's promise not to get lost then, she said, snuggling closer to her husband. I smiled, but the story felt less like folklore and more like a premonition. The third day, the mountain decided to stop whispering and start screaming. We were traversing a high ridge, miles from the emergency shelter marked on our map, when the sky turned a bruised, sickly shade of purple, gray. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze, became a physical assailant, tearing at our clothes and trying to rip the packs from our backs. Then came the rain. It was not a storm, it was a typhoon, a vertical river falling from the sky. The temperature plummeted, and the world dissolved into a maelstrom of wind and water. The trail vanished, transformed into a rushing, muddy torrent. Every step was a gamble against a twisted ankle or a catastrophic fall. Liam's bravado evaporated, replaced by a grim, tight-lipped fear. Chloe's energetic smile was gone, her face pale and pinched with cold. They were strong, as they had claimed, but their strength was useless against the overwhelming force of the storm. We were soaked through in minutes, the cold a hungry thing gnawing at us, stealing our warmth and our will. Hypothermia was no longer a distant possibility. It was a certainty if we remained exposed. My mind raced, calculating our odds, and they were not good. The shelter was too far. Turning back was impossible. We were caught. It was through a momentary break in the blinding sheet of rain that I saw it. Tucked deep within a grove of ancient, dark cedars, almost perfectly camouflaged, was a small hut. It was a dark, square shape against the chaos, with a thin, impossibly resilient wisp of white smoke curling from its stone chimney. It wasn't on my map. In all my years, I had never seen or heard of a dwelling in this specific area. It was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. Lone huts deep in the mountains are the setting of nightmares for a reason. They are traps. They are lairs. Look.
Shelter!
Liam shouted over the roar of the wind, his voice cracking with a desperate relief. He started scrambling towards it, half falling down the slick embankment. Wait, I yelled, my voice swallowed by the gale. Chloe was right behind him, her face a mask of hope.
Kenji, come on.
We have to get inside it. My gut twisted into a cold, hard knot. The story I had told them just the night before echoed in my head, no longer a quaint piece of folklore, but a blaring, terrifying warning. The kind hostess, the false security, the door that locks from the outside. I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that we should not go near that hut. It was better to face the storm, to trust in our own resilience, than to seek shelter in a place that should not exist. But as I looked at their faces, at the genuine terror in Liam's eyes, and the chattering of Chloe's teeth, my resolve wavered. The storm was a definite, immediate killer. The hut was only a potential one, a product of superstition and ghost stories. My duty as a guide, my basic human empathy, warred with my primal instinct. Their desperation was a tide, and it was pulling me under. That was my mistake. I let their fear conquer my own. I followed them down into the dark cedar grove, and we trespassed. Liam pushed the heavy cedar door inward, and a wave of warm, dry air washed over us, smelling of wood smoke and something else, something vaguely sweet and herbal. The contrast with the violent chaos of the storm was so profound it was disorienting. For a moment, the three of us just stood there, dripping on the packed earth floor of the entryway, blinking in the soft lantern light. The world outside, with its roaring wind and torrential rain, seemed to fall away, its sound muffled as if we had plunged underwater. The relief on the faces of Liam and Chloe was absolute, a complete surrender to the promise of safety. My own relief was a thin, brittle thing, layered over a thick, cold slab of dread. An old woman emerged from the single room that made up the hut's interior. She was exactly as the legends described. She was small and stooped, her back bent into a permanent question mark. Her face was a roadmap of wrinkles, but her eyes were dark and surprisingly alert, holding a look of gentle concern. A simple gray kimono was tied neatly at her waist, and she shuffled towards us with the slow, careful steps of the very old. "Oh my," she said, her voice a soft, reedy whisper like dry leaves skittering across stone. "You poor things. Come in, out of that terrible storm. You are lucky to have found this place." Her kindness was a balm on the raw nerves of the young couple. Liam, shaking with cold but with his confidence returning in the warmth, began to thank her profusely. "We are so grateful," he said, his voice booming in the small space. "We were caught out. My wife and I were from Australia. Our guide, Kenji. He got us here." He gestured to me, and the old woman's dark eyes met mine for a brief, unreadable moment before flicking back to the couple. Chloe, her teeth still chattering, managed a weak but genuine smile. "Thank you. Truly, we would have died out there." "Nonsense, child," the old woman cooed, patting Chloe's arm, a hand that felt surprisingly strong and bony. "The mountain provides. Now, you must get out of those wet things before you catch your death." She gestured towards a pile of folded, dark-colored garments on a low shelf. "They are simple clothes, but they are dry and warm. The fire will have you steaming in no time." She then turned and shuffled over to a large, black kettle hanging over the crackling hearth. In the center of the room, the irory. As Liam and Chloe gratefully stripped off soaked high-tech gear and pulled on the simple cotton robes, I found myself unable to move. I was watching, scanning my guide's instincts, now fully at war with my social conditioning. The hut was sparse, almost unnervingly clean. Woven baskets sat in the corners, and bundles of dried herbs hung from the rafters, filling the air with that sweet, cloying scent. My eyes fell on the door we had just entered. From the inside, there was no latch, no lock, not even a simple bolt. However, I could see the thick, heavy wooden bar resting in brackets on the outside of the doorframe. A door designed to keep things in, not out. My blood ran cold. "Kenji, aren't you changing?" Chloe asked, her voice already sounding stronger, colored with the warmth of the fire. I forced a smile, my facial muscles feeling stiff and unfamiliar. In a moment, I shed my wet outer layers but kept my base layers on, unwilling to be as vulnerable as they were. I accepted a steaming mug of tea from the old woman. It was a bitter, earthy brew, but it was hot, and I wrapped my cold hands around the rough pottery, letting the warmth seep into my fingers. Liam and Chloe were already seated on the tammy mats by the hearth, their faces flushed, basking in the heat like contented cats. They were completely charmed, laughing as they recounted the terror of the storm, their story already transforming from a near-death experience into a grand adventure they would tell for years to come. I pretended to listen, but my senses were screaming. I took another sip of tea and let my gaze wander. Beside the hearth was a woven basket of firewood. Most of it was standard, chopped cedar and pine, but mixed in were several pieces of a paler, smoother wood. One was long and unnervingly straight, with a knob at one end, like a polished walking stick. Another was curved with a strange, flattened shape. My mind recoiled from the immediate, horrific thought they looked like bones. Femurs, a pelvic bone. I blinked, shaking my head slightly. It was the firelight, the shadows. My overactive imagination fueled by old stories. They were just unusually shaped pieces of white birch, stripped of their bark. They had to be. The old woman hummed a tuneless, ancient, sounding melody as she ladled soup from a pot into 3 simple wooden bowls. The soup was thick with mountain vegetables and mushrooms, and it was delicious. Liam and Chloe ate with a ravenous hunger. I ate too, forcing each spoonful past the knot of fear in my throat. With every moment that passed, my clients sank deeper into a state of blissful security, their exhaustion from the hike and the storm weighing them down. The warmth, the food, the dry clothes. It was a perfect cocoon. Soon, Chloe's head was nodding, and Liam was struggling to keep his eyes open. "You should sleep," the old woman said softly, her voice full of grandmotherly tenderness. "You have been through a great ordeal. Rest here by the fire. I will watch over you." She laid out 3 thin futons on the tatami mats. "We can't thank you enough," Liam mumbled, his words slurring with fatigue. He was asleep almost before his head hit the pillow. Chloe curled up beside him, and within minutes, the sound of their deep, even breathing filled the hut. They were lost. I knew it then. They had walked into the spider's parlor, and now they slept, dreaming sweet dreams, while the spider watched. I laid down on my own futon, turning my back to the fire and the old woman. But my eyes were wide open, staring into the oppressive darkness of the far wall. I forced my breathing into a slow, deep rhythm, feigning the sleep I knew I could not afford. The horror was in the waiting. The storm still howled outside, a monstrous chorus to the silent, terrifying play unfolding within the hut. The only other sounds were the crackle of the fire, the soft, steady breathing of the sleeping couple, and the old woman's humming. The melody seemed to shift, to lose its human quality, becoming a low, guttural drone that vibrated in my bones. Hours passed. My body screamed for rest, but my mind was a taut wire of adrenaline. Around what must have been midnight, the humming stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I risked opening my eyes a crack, peering over my shoulder. The old woman was still sitting by the fire, but she was no longer stooped. She sat unnervingly straight, her back rigid. In the flickering firelight, I watched as she began to change. It was not a rapid, explosive transformation. It was a slow, silent, biological horror. Her kindly face seemed to slacken, the wrinkles deepening into grotesque fissures. Her mouth, which had been a thin, gentle line, began to widen, stretching impossibly far across her face, a black, toothless grin that was a mockery of a smile. Her skin, which had been pale and papery, seemed to loosen, sagging from her bones as if it were a size too large. Her arms, resting on her knees, seemed to lengthen, her fingers elongating into spindly, clawed-like digits. It was a nightmare unfolding in near total silence, a grotesque becoming, I lay frozen on the futon, a prisoner of my own terror, watching the unholy metamorphosis by the dying fire. The thing that had been an old woman continued its grotesque becoming. The loose skin began to tighten, drawing taut over a newly forming frame that was larger, sharper, and hideously angular. The soft, gentle curves of old age were replaced by the harsh geometry of a predator. Her head tilted back, and her widening mouth stretched even further, splitting her face into a cavernous, black abyss from which a low, wet, clicking sound began to emanate. The firelight glinted off something deep within that maw, not teeth, but rows of sharp, needle-like points like those of a deep-sea fish. Her eyes, once dark and placid, now glowed with a faint, internal luminescence, a malevolent amber light. The transformation was nearly complete. The benevolent host was gone, peeled back to reveal the monster beneath. The Yamamba was real, and it was preparing to feast. A primal, selfish instinct for survival, colder and harder than any mountain peak, finally broke through my paralysis. It was a brutal calculus of life and death. I could scream, wake Liam and Chloe, and the three of us would face this creature together. But what then? We were unarmed, clad in simple cotton robes, against a supernatural horror from the darkest corners of folklore. We would be 3 lambs for the slaughter instead of 2. The thought was a shard of ice in my gut, but it was undeniable. My only chance was to escape while it was still focused on its transformation, before its attention turned to the sleeping meal laid out before it. The guilt was immediate and suffocating, a poison in my veins. I was their guide. I had led them here. My role, my entire professional and moral code, was to protect them. And I was about to abandon them to a fate worse than anything the storm could have delivered. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest as I forced myself to move. The motion had to be silent, slower than thought. I didn't dare breathe. I began to slide my arm out from under the thin blanket, the rustle of the fabric sounding like a landslide. In the charged silence, the creature's head twitched at the sound, its glowing eyes swiveling in my direction. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. For a terrifying eternity, it stared into the darkness where I lay, its head cocked, listening. I could feel its gaze on me, a physical weight. But it saw only a sleeping form, and after a moment that stretched into infinity, it turned its attention back to the fire, its elongated fingers flexing and unflexing. I knew I had only seconds. I couldn't afford another mistake. This time, I moved with the glacial patience of a hunter, not the panicked haste of prey. I eased myself off the futon, my bare feet finding the cold tatami matting without a sound. My pack containing my boots, my gear, my survival was by the door. It was an impossible distance away. I began to creep, one agonizingly slow step at a time, keeping my body low to the ground. The floorboards beneath the tatami groaned softly, and I froze again, my blood turning to ice. The creature didn't react. I passed the sleeping forms of Liam and Chloe. Liam was snoring softly, a peaceful, mundane sound in a scene of absolute horror. Chloe murmured in her sleep, a small, contented sigh. A wave of nausea and self-loathing washed over me. Their innocent trust in me was a knife twisting in my soul. I reached my pack. My fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled with the straps. I didn't dare try to put my boots on. I slung them around my neck by their laces, my movements fluid and desperate. My hand found the edge of the heavy wooden door. This was the final, most dangerous moment. It would make a sound. It was inevitable. I took one last look back. The Yamamba was now rising to its full, terrifying height. It was impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long, its head nearly scraping the rafters. It turned its glowing eyes towards the sleeping couple, and the clicking sound from its throat grew louder, faster, an eager, hungry sound. It was now or never. I slid the door. It scraped against the frame with a sound that was deafening. A gunshot in the silent hut. The creature whipped its head around, its amber eyes locking directly onto mine. The illusion of a human face was completely gone. What I saw was a mask of pure, ancient malice. It let out a shriek, a sound that was not of this world. It was a high, thin, piercing wail that tore through the air. A sound of rage and thwarted hunger that vibrated in my teeth and skull. I didn't wait. I threw myself out of the doorway and into the raging storm. The wind and rain hit me like a physical blow, a shocking, brutal baptism back into the real world. Behind me, the Yamamba's shriek was cut short, replaced by the sudden, terrified screams of Liam and Chloe. They had been woken from their peaceful sleep, directly into a living nightmare. Their screams were sharp, full of disbelief, and then pure animal terror. They were the sounds of people being torn apart. I ran. I ran blindly, without thought or direction, fueled by a terror so profound it erased everything else. The screams from the hut pursued me, mingling with the howl of the wind, until I couldn't tell the difference between the sounds of the storm and the sounds of their dying. I scrambled through the dark cedar grove, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my bare feet. The pain was distant, unimportant. I burst out of the trees and onto the open mountainside, the full fury of the typhoon descending upon me once more. But now, the storm was a comfort. It was a clean, natural violence, a force I could understand. What I was fleeing was something else entirely. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My lungs burned, my legs were numb, and my feet were a bloody ruin. I stumbled, fell, and crawled my way down the mountain, driven by the echoes of those screams. The storm began to subside as the first hints of dawn painted the eastern sky a bruised, grayish pink. The light brought no comfort, only a clearer view of the wild, indifferent landscape I had just escaped. Finally, my body gave out. I collapsed at the edge of a muddy, rutted track, my consciousness fraying at the edges. It was a logging road. I had made it back to the world of men. I lay there for a long time, shivering uncontrollably, my mind a hollowed-out cavern of horror and guilt. I had saved myself, but I had led them into a monster's den, a place from a story I had dismissed as folklore. I had listened to their pleas over my own instincts. I had sat by the fire, eaten the monster's food, and then, when the time came, I had fled, leaving them to be devoured. The mountain had tested us, and I had failed in the most fundamental way. I am Kenji Tanaka. I am a guide, and I am a coward. The storm eventually passed, but for me, the screaming never truly stopped. My name is Marco, and for 15 years, my office has been the jagged peaks and forgotten valleys of the Andes. I guide people into places most of the world believes to be empty. They are not. I've led geologists to veins of impossible color, biologists to flora that defy classification, and thrill seekers to summits that kiss the edge of the atmosphere. I am not a man given to flights of fancy. The mountains demand a pragmatism as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath your boots. A misplaced step, a misjudged weather front, a moment of inattention. These are the things that kill you. superstition, in my line of work, is a luxury that can prove just as fatal. I've always operated on a simple principle: respect the mountain's power, understand its tangible dangers, and leave the ghosts to the storytellers. But some stories are carved into the very stone, waiting for the right kind of arrogance to awaken them. Dr. Eva Rostova was that kind of arrogance, packaged in a brilliant, formidable woman who saw the world as a series of quantifiable phenomena. She was a celebrated meteorologist, a rising star in her field, with a mind as sharp and cold as a shard of glacial ice. She believed all folklore, every myth, every god and demon that humanity had ever conjured, could be neatly deconstructed and explained away by atmospheric pressure, temperature inversions, and electrical charges. To her, a god was just a complex weather pattern that a primitive mind couldn't comprehend. She hired me to guide her into the Osangate region of the Peruvian Andes, a place of powerful weather and equally powerful beliefs. Her stated purpose was to study the extreme, volatile microclimates that boiled up around the sacred mountain. I knew, however, that her true goal was to conquer a myth. I was there to keep her alive while she tried. We met in Cusco, the ancient capital buzzing with a mix of tourist, trapped commercialism and genuine, deep-rooted history. She was poring over topographical maps in a cafe, her laptop displaying complex weather models that swirled with reds and blues. She didn't waste time with pleasantries. "Marco, Dr. Eva Rostova," she said, her handshake firm, her eyes assessing me as if I were a piece of equipment she was considering for the expedition. "Your reputation precedes you. They say you're the best. More importantly, they say you're not superstitious." "I'm practical, doctor," I replied, taking the seat opposite her. "I believe in what I can see and what can kill me. Avalanches, crevices, hypothermia. Those are my gods." A thin, satisfied smile touched her lips. "Excellent. Then we'll get along perfectly. I am here to prove that the so-called Kuwa of Osangate is nothing more than a localized, high-altitude cyclonic event, exacerbated by the region's unique topography. I intend to place a series of next-generation atmospheric sensors at the highest pass. We will collect the data, and I will write the paper that finally puts this particular ghost to rest." The local Quechua porters we hired were devout men, their faces weathered by a lifetime of sun and wind at high altitude. Their leader, an elder named Mateo, had eyes that held the deep, patient wisdom of the mountains themselves. They spoke in hushed tones of the Apu, the spirits of the great peaks, and especially of the Koa. When Rostova was out of earshot, busy calibrating her sensitive equipment, Mateo explained it to me, not as a fable, but as a fact of his world. He described it as a great, shadowy, feline, an entity of pure, malevolent energy that lived in the clouds that clung to Osangate's summit. It was the bringer of destructive storms, a being that had to be placated, shown respect. Its eyes were phosphorescent orbs that glowed like ball lightning in the heart of a storm. Its breath was the biting hail, its purr the distant rumble of a rock slide, and its roar, the deafening crack of thunder that split the sky. It was not simply a metaphor for bad weather. It was the conscious, furious intelligence behind it. "The Tsikoa does not suffer pride, Marco," Mateo said, his voice low as he chewed a wad of coca leaves, a ritual to ward off altitude sickness and focus the mind. "It guards the Apu. To climb with a heavy heart, or with arrogance, is to invite its attention. We make offerings not to bribe it, but to ask its permission. to show that we come in humility. Rostova, of course, overheard snippets of these conversations and watched their small rituals with a look of academic pity. She saw their faith not as a different way of understanding the world, but as a failure to grasp the real one. One evening, as Mateo's son, a young man named Kale, carefully laid out a small offering of coca leaves and corn, Rostova couldn't help herself. She strode over, her tablet in hand. "You know, there's a scientific reason for the weather patterns here," she began, her tone that of a patient teacher, explaining a simple concept to a child. She swiped through screens showing wind, shear diagrams, and pressure charts. What you call the Chkoa's breath is simply supercooled water droplets freezing onto dust particles. The roar is the rapid expansion of air heated by a lightning strike. It's all physics. Beautiful, elegant physics. Not a magic cat. Kale looked down, embarrassed and confused. Mateo simply watched her, his expression unreadable, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. He said nothing, which I found more unsettling than any argument. In the Andes, silence is often the heaviest response. Our ascent began the next day. The initial climb was breathtaking, the landscape unfolding in vistas of impossible scale. The air grew thin and crisp, and the sun was a brilliant, unfiltered diamond in the deep blue sky. Rostova was in her element, a whirlwind of energy. She and her two assistants, young, eager graduate students who mirrored her absolute faith in data, were constantly deploying small sensors, taking readings, their conversation a litany of barometric pressures and dew points. Yet, as we climbed higher, the mountain began to feel different. There was a charge in the air that had nothing to do with altitude. A watchfulness. I've spent my life in these places, and I know their moods. This was not the neutral indifference of nature. It felt personal. Small things started to happen. A sudden, violent gust of wind would tear through our camp from a clear sky, rattling the tents with a sound like an angry hiss before vanishing as quickly as it came. Rostova would excitedly point to her instruments, exclaiming, "Fascinating! A perfect example of a katabatic burst." But the porters would exchange nervous glances and murmur prayers under their breath. Once, I saw a cloud formation that was uncanny. For a fleeting, impossible moment, the swirling gray vapor high above us took the distinct shape of a massive, stalking feline head, complete with flattened ears and bared fangs. Before the wind tore it apart, I blinked, sure I was imagining it, a trick of the light and the thin air. When I looked at Mateo, he was already looking at me, his hand making a small protective sign over his heart. Rostova, who had also seen it, just laughed. "The human brain's penchant for pareidolia is truly remarkable. We are hardwired to see patterns, even where none exist." We were 3 days from our destination, the high pass known as the Devil's Jaw, when we heard it. A low, guttural roar echoed down from the glaciers above. It was a sound that vibrated in my bones, deep and resonant. "Avalanche," Rostova declared instantly, checking her seismic sensor. "A big one, but miles away. Nothing to worry about." But it didn't sound like any avalanche I had ever heard. An avalanche is a chaotic crash and rumble of snow and ice. This was different. It was a single, sustained, furious sound. It sounded alive. Kyle dropped the pack he was carrying. His face was pale. "Izel Tsuko," he whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "It knows we are here. It is watching." Rostova sighed, a sound of profound exasperation. She was about to launch into another lecture, but I cut her off. Let's keep moving, I said, my voice sharper than I intended. The weather can turn without warning up here. She looked at me, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes, but she nodded. She believed my warning was based on her science. She had no idea that for the first time in my career, I was starting to believe in a magic cat. The mountain was no longer indifferent. It felt like we were walking into a predator's lair, and it was beginning to stir from its slumber. The final approach to the pass known as the Devil's Jaw was a grueling, soul-crushing slog. The name was no exaggeration. The landscape had shed any pretense of terrestrial beauty, transforming into something alien and hostile. We navigated a narrow ridge of shattered, black slate that cut through the sky like a broken tooth. On either side, the world fell away into abysses of swirling mist. The wind was a constant, mournful presence. Not just a sound, but a physical pressure that pushed and pulled, whispering indecipherable threats. It was a place that felt ancient and profoundly unwelcoming, as if it actively resented our presence. The very air, thin and sharp, tasted of ozone and something else, something metallic and old, like dried blood. Rostova was energized by the hostility. To her, this was the perfect laboratory. Incredible. The Venturi effect through this pass is even more pronounced than the models predicted. She shouted over the wind, her cheeks flushed with excitement and exertion. Her two assistants scurried behind her, their faces grim masks of determination as they struggled with the heavy cases of her precious equipment. The porters, however, had grown unnervingly quiet. The usual trail chatter had ceased, replaced by a tense, watchful silence. They moved with a grim purpose, their eyes constantly scanning the unnatural sky and the jagged peaks around us. Kyle, in particular, looked near his breaking point, his knuckles white where he gripped his pack straps. Even Mateo, normally a bedrock of calm, had a deep, set tension in his jaw. He had taken to chewing his coca leaves with a slow, deliberate rhythm, his gaze fixed on the summit of Osangate, which loomed over us like a silent, white-robed judge. We reached the pass itself just as the sun began its descent, painting the undersides of the high, wispy clouds in shades of orange and blood red. It was a flat, windswept saddle of rock, perhaps 50 yards across, littered with stones and patches of hardy, frost-stunted grass. This was where Rostova intended to set up her main array of sensors. But before anyone could even unstrap a pack, Mateo held up a hand, calling a halt. "Ak," he said, his voice low but firm, carrying a weight that made everyone, even Rostova, pause. "Akoi debemos hacer la ofrenda." Here we must make the offering. He walked to the center of the pass, to a large, flat-topped boulder that looked for all the world like a natural altar. The other porters immediately put down their burdens and gathered around him, their movements imbued with a solemn reverence. From his personal pack, Mateo carefully withdrew the items for the offering. It was more than the simple handful of corn and leaves from before. He laid out a beautifully woven cloth, a small pouch of the finest coca leaves, kernels of purple corn, a flask of chicha, a potent corn wine, and a small, exquisitely carved wooden llama, its surface worn smooth by years of handling. It was a significant, heartfelt gesture of peace and respect. They began to pray, their voices a low, rhythmic murmur in the Quechua tongue. It was a sound that seemed to belong to the mountain, as ancient and elemental as the wind and the rock. They were not just asking for safe passage. They were asking for forgiveness for the intrusion, for the arrogance they had unwillingly escorted into this sacred place. Rostova watched them for a long moment, her face a thunderous mask of contempt. The scientific inquiry, the academic curiosity, was gone. This was a direct challenge to her entire worldview, and she saw it as an insult. This was her mistake, her fatal one. She strode forward, her heavy boots crunching on the gravelly soil. Her assistants watched with nervous apprehension. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. "Stop this," I said, my voice coming out as a harsh croak. "Doctor, don't." She ignored me completely. She marched right up to the altar stone, her shadow falling over the carefully arranged offering. "This is absolute, primitive nonsense," she announced, her voice sharp and ringing with derision. "You are standing in the middle of a unique meteorological convergence zone, a place of immense scientific importance, and you are playing with leaves and trinkets like frightened children." Matteo stopped his prayer and looked up at her. His eyes were not angry, but filled with a deep, profound sorrow. "Say ora, por favor," he pleaded softly. "This is not a game." "You're right. It's not," she snapped back. "It's an insult to human intelligence. The only power here is in the pressure gradients and the thermal dynamics, not in your magic cat." And then she did it. With a swift, deliberate motion, she kicked the offering. The woven cloth, the coca leaves, the kernels of corn, all of it was scattered across the ground. The small wooden llama skittered across the rock and came to rest at my feet. The flask of chicha shattered against the side of the boulder, the dark liquid splashing like a wound. The effect was instantaneous. It was absolute. The wind died. Not slowly, not gradually. It stopped. One moment it was a howling gale. The next, a dead, suffocating silence descended upon the pass. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses in on your eardrums. The sun, which had been casting long, golden rays, seemed to dim, the light turning flat and gray, as if a switch had been thrown. And the cold was no longer just a temperature. It became a physical, predatory thing. It plunged dozens of degrees in a matter of seconds. A savage, biting cold that pierced through our layers of clothing and sank its teeth directly into our bones. My breath plumed in front of my face in a thick, white cloud. The porters let out a collective gasp of pure terror. Kale fell to his knees, his face ashen. Matteo simply stared at Rostova, his expression one of utter horror, as if he had just witnessed not an act of sacrilege, but a murder. Rostova herself stood frozen, her smirk gone, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. She looked at her wrist, mounted weather station, her eyes wide. That's not possible," she stammered, tapping the device. "The pressure it dropped off a cliff. The temperature, this is impossible." High above us, the sky began to change. The thin, wispy clouds were gone. In their place, directly over the pass, a new cloud was forming. It didn't drift in from the horizon. It materialized out of the clear, gray air, coalescing like a drop of ink in water. It was a churning, boiling mass of bruised purple and charcoal gray. It swirled with a furious, unnatural energy, not driven by any wind, but by an internal, malevolent purpose. Lightning began to flicker within it, silent, strobing flashes that illuminated the roiling vapors from within. And in those strobing flashes, I saw it. I saw it clearly this time, with no room for doubt or pareidolia. A shape in the swirling, dark clouds above us. A vast, feline form, its body made of shadow and storm. I could see the arch of its back, the powerful haunches, the sweep of a long, vaporous tail. And then, 2 points of light ignited within the darkest part of the mass. 2 burning phosphorescent eyes. They were not random flashes of light. They were focused. They were staring down at us. The horror was absolute. We were not in a storm. We were being watched by one. The Kiko was not a metaphor for the weather. It was the weather, a furious deity we had insulted. My pragmatism, my belief in the tangible world, shattered into a million pieces. The stories were not stories. They were warnings. Rostova's expensive meteorological equipment, which her assistants had just begun to uncase, went haywire. Screens flashed erratically, beeping and whining in a discordant symphony of technological panic before, one by one, they shorted out with sharp cracks and puffs of smoke. Rostova stood frozen, her scientific certainty a worthless shield against the impossible reality unfolding in the sky. She stared upward, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of dawning, soul-shattering terror. A low rumble began to build, not from the distance, but from directly above us. It was not the sound of thunder. It was the sound of a deep, guttural, chest-vibrating purr. The purr of a predator that has cornered its prey. The deep, guttural purr that vibrated through our bones. Lasted only a moment before it swelled into a full, throated roar. It was a sound of pure, cosmic fury. A noise so immense it felt as though the mountain itself was screaming. The storm exploded. This was no natural event, it was an execution. The air, already impossibly cold, became a weapon. The first hailstones were not the size of fists, they were the size of jagged rocks. And they didn't just fall, they were hurled. They hammered our expedition tents, shredding the high-tech, ripstop fabric as if it were tissue paper. The sound was of 1,000 hammers beating down on us, a percussive assault designed to shatter nerve and bone.
Get down!
Find cover. I screamed, my voice swallowed by the cataclysm. But there was no cover. We were exposed on the altar of the pass, trapped in the heart of the Koa's wrath. The lightning was the worst part. It was not the random sky, splitting flashes of a normal thunderstorm. This was precise, deliberate, and intelligent. A bolt, impossibly thick and vivid violet, struck the pile of cases containing Rostova's primary sensors. The metal containers vaporized in a flash of white, hot light, leaving behind nothing but a scorch mark on the rock. Another bolt struck the next case, and then the next. The Kua was systematically destroying her science, eradicating her disbelief, piece by piece. It wasn't just a storm, it was an argument, and it was delivering its rebuttal with terrifying force. Panic erupted. Rostova's 2 assistants, who moments before had been confident disciples of her scientific gospel, were now reduced to primal terror. One was on his knees, hands clasped over his head, sobbing uncontrollably. The other was trying to crawl under a rocky overhang that offered no real protection, his movements frantic and useless. The porters had huddled together, led by Matteo, their prayers now desperate. Frantic pleas for a mercy they knew would not be granted. I scrambled toward them, my mind a maelstrom of shattered pragmatism and raw survival instinct. "Matteo!" I yelled. "Is there anything we can do?" He looked at me, his face a mask of grim resignation, rain and tears carving paths through the grime on his cheeks. "Es demasiado tarde. Marco," he shouted back over the roar. "It is too late. She did not just insult the Koa. She declared war on it. Now it answers." And then, the storm's focus shifted entirely to her. Rostova stood alone in the center of the maelstrom, a statue of frozen disbelief. Her certainty had been stripped away, leaving her naked and exposed to a reality she had dedicated her life to denying. The wind whipped her hair around her face, and the strobing lightning illuminated the pure, abject terror in her eyes. She stared up at the swirling, feline shape in the clouds, at the two burning, phosphorescent eyes that were fixed solely on her. She was no longer a scientist observing a phenomenon. She was prey. The hail stopped. The constant barrage of lightning ceased. For a single, heart-stopping second, an eerie calm fell, the only sound the low, hateful growl from above. The Kiko was savoring this moment. It was demonstrating its absolute control. In that terrible silence, Rostova finally broke. A sound tore from her throat, a high, thin wail of a soul that has looked into the abyss and seen it staring back. "It's not real," she screamed at the sky, a final, pathetic defense of a worldview that had already crumbled to dust.
It's just static discharge.
A temperature inversion. The Ko's answer was final. A bolt of lightning, thicker and brighter than any that had come before, descended from the heart of the cloud. But it wasn't a bolt. It was a claw. It was shaped like a vast taloned paw made of pure, blinding energy. It didn't just strike her. It swiped down, and for a fraction of a second, I saw the impossible. The claw of the storm passed through her. It didn't just kill her. The light and sound of the impact were absolute, a deafening crack that threw me backward. When my vision cleared, she was still standing for a horrifying instant, silhouetted against the flash, before she simply came apart. When we found her body after the storm passed, and it passed with the same unnatural suddenness it had arrived, the great cloud dissipating into nothing as if it had never been. It was shredded. Her clothes, her gear, her very flesh were ripped and torn, scored with deep, parallel gouges as if by the claws of an immense, unseen beast. The ground around her was untouched. The attack had been for her and her alone. The silence that followed was heavier and more terrifying than the storm itself. The sun reappeared, casting a gentle, late afternoon glow on the scene of utter devastation, as if mocking what had just happened. The porters refused to touch her body. They wouldn't even look at it for more than a glance. Kyle was being physically sick a short distance away. Mateo stood, his face etched with a sorrow that was almost as profound as his fear. "El co ha cobrado su precio," he whispered, his voice trembling. "The Koa has claimed its price. Her arrogance was a debt, and the mountain always collects. We left her there. There was no other choice." Her two assistants were catatonic, their minds shattered by the experience. The descent was a silent, grim procession of broken people. We didn't speak of what we had seen. There were no words for it. Science had failed, and myth had proven to be a deadly, literal truth. As we passed the spot where we had made our first camp, I saw something lying in the dirt, half buried in the mud. It was the small, carved wooden llama from Mateo's offering, the one Rostova had kicked from the altar. I picked it up. Its smooth, simple form felt impossibly heavy in my hand. I never guided in the high peaks of Osangate again. I still guide. But something in me is broken. Or perhaps something has been forged anew. I no longer look at the mountains and see only rock and ice and quantifiable dangers. I see a world that is older, deeper, and more mysterious than our modern minds can ever hope to comprehend. I see the thin veil between what we know and what we believe, and I know how easily and how violently it can be torn apart. Sometimes, on clear nights, I look up at the stars and I can still feel it. A watchfulness. A presence in the high, lonely places of the world. And I hold on to the small wooden llama in my pocket, a constant. Terrifying reminder that some gods are not metaphors. They are just waiting to be disrespected. My name is Elias Vance, and for the better part of 2 decades, I have made my living in the shadows of the world's great mountain ranges. I am, by trade, a professional guide, a cartographer of the vertical world, and a steward of the wild places most of humanity only glimpses on postcards. I've led expeditions through the biting winds of the Andes and navigated the treacherous icefalls of the Himalayas. But my heart, my soul, belongs to the Drakensberg. It is my home. The local Zulu people call it Ukalamba, the Barrier of Spears, a name earned by its jagged, formidable peaks that pierce the African sky. The early Voortrekkers, the Afrikaner pioneers, gave it another name, Drakensberg, the Dragon's Mountain. It's a name that carries more truth than they could have ever known. I don't guide just anyone. My clients are typically seasoned climbers, geologists, or biologists. People who come with a sense of respect, an understanding that you do not conquer a mountain. You are merely granted passage. The group that booked me for a 10-day trip in the high reaches that autumn was different. They were 4 men, Afrikaner revivalists, who presented themselves with a chilling, unshakable certainty. Their leader, a man named Hendrik Botha, was built like a boar bull, thick-necked and barrel-chested, with pale, unforgiving eyes that seemed to assess everything for its weakness. He spoke of their expedition not as a hunt or a trek, but as a pilgrimage. They called it a heritage hunt, a holy mission to walk and kill in the land of their ancestors, a land they believed was a divine inheritance promised to them alone. From our first meeting in the dusty town of Underberg, a palpable tension hung in the air. They were not interested in my expertise on the local flora and fauna, nor in my knowledge of the safest routes. Their questions were about dominion. Which of our people first settled this valley, Mr. Vance? Botha would ask, his tone less a query and more a challenge. His companions, a lean, watchful man named Kruger and 2 younger, brutish brothers, the Juberts, would nod in solemn agreement, their hands resting on the stocks of their brand new, high-caliber hunting rifles. They saw the mountains not as a living, breathing ecosystem, but as a birthright to be reclaimed, a stage for them to reenact a history that existed only in their own minds. It felt less like a heritage hunt and more like an invasion. The first few days of the ascent were marked by their arrogance. They were loud, their laughter echoing unnaturally in the sacred silence of the valleys. They trampled delicate fenbows without a second thought and spoke of the land's original inhabitants, the Sand People, with a contempt that turned my stomach. I tried to explain the significance of the names, the stories woven into the landscape. The Zulu believe these peaks are the spines of sleeping giants. I told them one evening as we made camp. Botha merely scoffed. Pagan superstition, Mr. Vance. This land belongs to our God now. He has swept the heathen from it so that we may prosper. We pushed deeper, higher into the barrier of spears. The air grew thin and cold, and the landscape became more dramatic, more primal. We were in the heart of the Dragon's Mountain now, a place of towering basalt cliff, knife-edge ridges, and valleys so deep they never saw the full light of day. It is a place that demands humility, a place where you feel the immense, crushing weight of geological time. Yet, they remained untouched by its majesty, their focus solely on the hunt for a prize of land, an animal they spoke of as if it were a symbol of their righteous claim. On the fifth afternoon, the sky, which had been a brilliant, cloudless blue, turned a bruised purple. A storm was coming, one of the violent, unpredictable tempests for which the Drakensberg is famous. I knew of a shelter nearby, a wide, shallow cave carved into the sandstone by millennia of wind and water. I led them there just as the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The cave was a sanctuary. The air inside was still and cool, and as our eyes adjusted to the dim light, we saw that we were not alone. The walls were covered in the ancient rock art of the sand. It was breathtaking. I have seen many such sights, but this was a masterpiece. Elegant, elongated figures of hunters, their bows drawn, moved across the rock in a silent, eternal chase. Herds of eland, rendered in ochre and white, seemed to flow across the stone, their forms so graceful they felt alive. The detail was extraordinary, a testament to a people who lived in perfect harmony with this land, who understood its every secret. And among the hunters and the antelope, there was another recurring image, a motif of a great, winged, serpentine creature. It was depicted in various forms, sometimes coiled around a peak, sometimes soaring through the clouds. Its form was one of immense power and ancient grace. It was the dragon of the mountain. I stood in reverent silence, but the men were unimpressed. The Gilbert brothers nudged each other and snickered. Kruger ran a dismissive hand over a depiction of a shaman in a trance. But it was Botha who broke the sanctity of the moment. He stepped forward, his heavy boots crunching on the sandy floor, and stared at the most prominent painting. It was a magnificent rendering of the winged serpent, its body stretching nearly 10 feet across the back wall of the cave, its head raised as if in a silent roar. Pagan idolatry, Botha declared, his voice a harsh intrusion in the hallowed quiet. The work of a godless people who left nothing behind. But these childish scrawls, before I could speak, before I could even process his intent, he acted. He drew the heavy, bladed hunting knife from the sheath on his belt. The steel whispered as it left the leather. He stepped up to the wall, his face a mask of pious determination. "This land," he said, his voice ringing with a terrible finality, "answers to a new god now." Then he raised the knife and scraped it hard across the ancient painting. The sound was a violation, a grating, screeching profanity of steel on rock that echoed the desecration of the image itself. He dragged the blade down the length of the serpent's body, leaving a deep, white scar in the ochre pigment, a wound on the soul of the mountain. He defaced the eye, gouging out the delicate black dot that had watched over this valley for 1,000 years. It was an act of profound cultural and spiritual vandalism, an assertion of dominance so absolute, so filled with hate, that it felt as if the very air in the cave had been sucked into a vacuum. The silence that followed was heavier than any stone, broken only by the rasp of Botha's breathing and the distant, gathering rumble of the storm. The scraping of steel on rock ceased, but the silence that followed was worse. I stared at the ugly, white scar that now marred the ancient painting, a cold and helpless rage coiling in my gut. Botha stepped back, wiping the blade on his trousers with a look of obscene satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with righteous fanaticism. "You see," he said to his men, his voice a jarring echo in the now sepulchral cave. "This is how we reclaim what God has given us. We purify the land, Kruger gave a slow nod, but I could see a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The Joubert brothers just grunted. Nervously, even their oafish arrogance seeming to shrink in the face of such a blatant desecration. Then the storm broke. A crack of thunder, not a distant rumble but a deafening, instantaneous split in the sky directly overhead, slammed down. A gale-force wind tore into the cave, extinguishing our oil lamp and plunging us into near total darkness, illuminated only by the intermittent, blinding flashes of lightning. With every flash, my eyes were drawn to the defaced serpent. The white scar seemed to pulse and glow, hideously in the ghastly, strobing light. That night was the longest of my life. The storm did not abate. It raged against the mountain with a sentient fury. But the true horror wasn't the wind or the rain. It was the other sounds, the ones that came between the claps of thunder. At first, it was just a deep, resonant tremor. I felt it through the stone floor of the cave, a vibration that went straight to my bones. It wasn't the sharp, juddering shake of an earthquake, but a slow, ponderous shudder, as if something immense had stirred in its sleep, deep in the mountain's core. The men felt it too. I heard them shifting restlessly in the dark, their breathing ragged. What was that? One of the Jouberts whispered, his voice thin and reedy. Just the storm. Both snapped back too quickly. The certainty was gone from his voice. Then came the roars. They were not the sound of any animal I knew from the wild. Not a bear, not a cat. Not even the enraged bark of a baboon troop. It was reptilian, a guttural, rasping roar that seemed to rise from the very bowels of the earth. It echoed through the valleys, bouncing from cliff to cliff, until it seemed the entire mountain range was crying out in a chorus of pain and fury. Even Botha was silent after that. Our terrified quiet was punctuated only by the shriek of the wind and those awful, periodic roars. I barely slept. Sitting with my back to the cold stone, my rifle across my lap, feeling a slow, building, atmospheric dread. The legends I used to tell tourists around the campfire. Stories of the Drakensberg dragon, a creature born from the volcanic furnaces of Gondwanaland, a living mountain, no longer felt like folklore. It felt like a warning we had failed to heed, a terrible truth we had awakened from its long slumber with our arrogance. When dawn finally came, it brought no relief. The storm had passed, leaving behind an eerie, muffled silence. The usual morning chorus of birds and insects was absent. The air was cold and heavy, tinged with the faint, sharp smell of sulfur, the scent of freshly broken rock, and something much, much older. I stepped out of the cave and was met with a growing sense of dread. The landscape had changed. The path we had taken up the previous day was gone, replaced by a massive rockfall that completely blocked the way down into the valley. It wasn't a random slide. Massive boulders were piled with a deliberate precision, like a wall built with the express purpose of keeping us here. Sweet Mother of God, Kruger whispered beside me, his face ashen. How do we get down? Botha emerged, his jaw set as he surveyed the rockfall. God is testing us, he declared, but the words rang hollow. There is always another way. The mountain is not a prison. We will find it. We spent the day trying to find another way down, but it was as if the mountain itself was working against us. Trails marked on my map led to sheer, impassable cliffs. Gullies that should have been navigable were choked with a thorny, impenetrable scrub. My compass began to spin erratically, the needle twitching between true north and the highest, nearest peak, as if drawn by some immense magnetic anomaly. The feeling of being watched intensified, a heavy, malevolent presence I felt with every eye on the rock faces, in every shadow. It was a prickling, oppressive sensation that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. In the afternoon, the roars began again, closer this time. A sound that vibrated through the ground and up through the soles of our boots. The Gilbert brothers huddled together, their eyes wide with panic. "We have to go back to the cave," one of them cried.
We press on.
Botha commanded, though even he was scanning the ridges nervously, his rifle held at the ready. I found a narrow ledge that seemed to offer a path across a chasm to a lower ridge. It was treacherous, but it looked like our only chance. "This way," I yelled over the rising wind. "Stay close to the rock." I led the way, inching along the narrow shelf of rock, my hands flat against the cold face for balance. Kruger was right behind me, then the Juberts, with Botha taking up the rear. We were halfway across when the second tremor hit. This one wasn't a random shake. It was a violent, malicious lurch that came directly from the rock beneath our feet. The rock face above us seemed to explode outwards. There was a deafening crack and a roar that swallowed all other sound. I was thrown forward, slammed onto the ledge, the air knocked from my lungs. I clung desperately to the rock as the world became a chaotic, moving torrent of earth and stone. I heard terrible screams, the sounds of men being swept away in that avalanche of ruin, their voices cut off with sickening finality. It was over as quickly as it began. The silence returned, broken only by the trickle of loose pebbles skittering into the abyss below. I coughed, choking on the thick dust, and slowly pushed myself up, my limbs trembling uncontrollably. The section of ledge I was on had held. The rest of it was gone, obliterated. I looked back. There was no sign of Botha, Kruger, or the Jubert brothers. They were simply gone, swallowed by the mountain. In horror, I looked up towards the highest peak, now wreathed in swirling cloud. As I watched, the mists parted for a single, heart-stopping moment. But it was long enough. In that gap in the clouds, I saw it a vast, scaled form, the curve of a colossal spine, moving with an ancient, terrifying grace. A great wing of stone and shadow unfurled for an instant before being consumed by the mist again. The dragon's mountain had shrugged off the insects crawling on its back. I was alone, injured, and trapped. The atmospheric horror had become a living, breathing reality, and I knew with a chilling certainty that it wasn't finished with me yet. For a long time, I didn't move. I remained frozen on that sliver of rock, the sole survivor on a stage of devastation. The dust settled, revealing a raw, gaping wound in the side of the mountain where the ledge had been. The abyss had swallowed 4 men, their rifles, their arrogance, and their misguided crusade whole. The silence they left behind was absolute, a profound emptiness that was more terrifying than their loud, boorish laughter had ever been. My own breathing sounded like a bellows in the thin, cold air. The image of that colossal, scaled spine moving through the clouds was burned onto the back of my eyelids. It wasn't a hallucination brought on by shock or altitude. It was a fact. The mountain was alive, and it had passed judgment. Survival instinct, honed over 20 years of living on the edge of disaster, finally kicked in. My body screamed in protest. My left arm was a canvas of deep purple bruises, and a sharp, stabbing pain in my ribs suggested at least one was broken. Every breath was an agony, but to stay here was to die. With painstaking slowness, I forced myself to my feet, my legs trembling like a newborn foal's. My pack was still on my back, a small miracle. It contained my remaining water, a few high energy bars, a first aid kit, and a length of rope. It wasn't much, but it was everything. The path forward was gone, and the path back was a sheer drop. My only option was to climb. I had to get to the ridge above me, hoping it would offer a different, less direct route down. The rock face was steep and unforgiving, offering scant handholds. Every movement sent a fresh wave of fire through my torso. It was a slow, desperate scramble, my fingers raw and bleeding, my lungs burning. The mountain watched me. I felt its presence not as a distinct entity in the sky, but as a pervasive ambient pressure. The rock under my hands seemed to hum with a low, frequency energy. The wind whispered through the crags, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I heard my name in its sighing. It took hours to gain less than 100 feet. By the time I hauled my battered body over the lip of the ridge, the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire. The view offered no comfort. I was on a different knife edge now, with dizzying drops on either side. The landscape was a chaotic maze of fractured peaks and shadowed valleys, a geography that had been rewritten in the last 24 hours. My maps were useless. The night was a new kind of hell. I found a small alcove, barely large enough to curl into, and huddled there as the temperature plummeted. The roars did not return. There was only the oppressive silence and the cold that seeped into my bones. I ate a single energy bar, rationing my meager supplies, and sipped at my water. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the desecrated painting, the white scar of Botha's knife, and then the impossible, terrifying grace of the creature in the clouds. I understood then that this wasn't just about a disturbed animal. It was a response to a violation. Botha hadn't just defaced a drawing. He had insulted the mountain's very soul. His god offered him no protection here. This land, this ancient monolith of rock and time, was its own god. As dawn broke on the 7th day, a desperate idea, a memory from long ago, surfaced in my oxygen-starved brain. I remembered a conversation with an old Zulu Sangoma, a traditional healer years ago. He had warned me away from a certain part of the High Drakensberg, a place he called Umfimbo Wasilo, the Dragon's Throat. He described it as a deep, narrow gorge, a place of perpetual shadow where the water was bitter and the spirits of the mountain dwelled. It was taboo, a place no sane person would enter. But he had also said that it was the mountain's own gullet, and that if one followed it long enough, it would eventually spit you out into the lowlands. It was a suicidal long shot, but it was the only shot I had. It took me the better part of the day to find it. A dark vertical slash in the rock face, almost perfectly concealed by a curtain of withered vegetation. The air wafting from its entrance was cold and damp, carrying the same faint scent of sulfur. It felt like standing at the maw of some great beast, forcing down a wave of primal fear. I took a deep breath, secured my rope, and began my descent into the dragon's throat. The gorge was claustrophobic, a world of slick, black rock and dripping water. The light from above quickly faded, and I was forced to use my headlamp, its beam a lonely spear of light in the crushing darkness. The silence here was different, thick and wet. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the constant, echoing drip of water. As I ventured deeper, the walls seemed to close in, and I had the unnerving sensation that I was not climbing down, but being swallowed. Shapes moved in the periphery of my headlamp's beam. Illusions, I told myself. Tricks of the light on wet stone. But they were persistent, sinuous and reptilian, slithering just at the edge of sight. The water that dripped onto my face was acrid and tasted of minerals, of the mountain's deep, metallic blood. I was inside it now, in its very guts. The feeling of being watched was no longer a pressure. It was an intimacy. After what felt like an eternity, the gorge began to level out. I found myself in a narrow, water-carved tunnel. I could walk now, stumbling through the ankle, deep, bitter water. The tunnel opened into a small cavern, and my heart seized. The way was blocked. A massive, perfectly spherical boulder, easily 10 feet in diameter, sat squarely in the center of the path, sealing it completely. It was no natural rockfall. It was a plug, a final gate. I sank to my knees in the frigid water, utter despair washing over me. This was it, the end of the line. The mountain had let me come this far, only to trap me in its heart. I leaned my head against the cold, smooth surface of the boulder, defeated. And in that moment of absolute surrender, I felt it. A deep, resonant hum vibrated from the boulder into my skull. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a presence. The dragon was here, not as a beast of scale and claw, but as the rock, the water, the very air of this subterranean chamber. It was all around me, its ancient consciousness, focused entirely on the insignificant, injured insect trapped in its throat. Panic was a useless, distant thing. My rifle was gone, and even if I had it, what good would it be? You cannot shoot a mountain. I thought of Botha and his knife, his arrogant declaration of ownership, and I knew what I had to do. It was the only thing left. I pushed myself up, my body aching, and faced the boulder. I took off my pack and laid it gently on the ground. I raised my hands, palms open, a gesture of peace, of surrender. My voice, when it came, was a raw, hoarse whisper, but it didn't shake. I am sorry, I said to the stone, to the darkness, to the mountain, for the intrusion, for the disrespect. They did not understand. They saw only rock and dirt to be owned. They did not see you. I paused, my words swallowed by the immense quiet. I have lived my life in your shadow. I have tried to walk with respect. I ask for nothing. I ask for passage. I am just a man, please. I stood there for a long, silent moment, my head bowed. Nothing happened. Then, a low grinding sound began, the sound of stone on stone. It was impossibly slow, a movement measured in geological time. The great boulder, the plug in the throat of the dragon, began to shift. It didn't roll. It slid, scraping a groove in the floor, moving just enough to create a narrow gap between it and the cavern wall. It was a gap just wide enough for a man to squeeze through. It was not a miracle. It was permission. With tears of terror and gratitude streaming down my face, I scrambled through the opening. I did not look back. I half ran, half stumbled down the remainder of the tunnel, which soon began to slope upwards. I saw a pinprick of light, and I clawed my way towards it, collapsing out of the narrow fissure at the base of a cliff and onto a grassy slope. I was out. The air was warm and thick, filled with the familiar scent of earth and wild herbs. The sun was rising, casting long, gentle shadows across the lowlands. I looked back. The high peaks of the Drakensberg stood against the morning sky, their jagged spires wreathed in a soft, peaceful mist. There was no sign of the creature, no hint of the nightmare I had endured. But I knew. I walked for 2 days before I reached a remote farmstead, a scarecrow of a man, gaunt and haunted. I told the authorities that there had been a tragic accident, a rock slide, a freak storm. They believed me. It was, after all, the most logical explanation. But I carry the truth with me, a weight heavier than any mountain. I no longer guide in the high places. I left my home in the shadow of the barrier of spears. Sometimes, on clear nights, I look towards those distant peaks, and I remember. The Dragon's Mountain is still there, sleeping. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my soul, that it is best to let sleeping dragons lie. My name is Caleb. For 20 years, I've made my living in the shadows of the Blue Ridge Mountains. I'm not a hunter, not in the traditional sense. I don't guide city folks with expensive rifles to bag a 10-point buck. My trade is in geography and solitude. I guide people who want to find the places that aren't on any map, the quiet, forgotten corners of this ancient wilderness. I take them deep, far from trails and tourists, and I bring them back. It's a simple contract, built on trust and a profound respect for the power that slumbers in these hills. I've always believed that if you treat the mountains with reverence, they'll let you pass. It was a belief I held until I met Josh and Chloe. They found me in a dusty tavern in a town that clings to the mountainside like a stubborn patch of moss. I was nursing a beer, enjoying the low murmur of local gossip, when they walked in. They were a stark contrast to the worn denim and faded flannel of the regulars. Dressed in sleek, technical gear that still have the shop creases in it, they scanned the room with an air of detached amusement. Like anthropologists discovering a lost tribe, they were filmmakers from New York, a fact they announced with a certain pride, as if the city's name alone should grant them passage. Josh was the leader, or at least he appointed himself as such. He had a sharp, angular face, a meticulously trimmed beard, and eyes that were constantly assessing, calculating. He spoke with a rapid-fire confidence, his words tumbling over one another in his haste to prove his own intelligence. Chloe was his counterpart, quieter but no less certain of herself. She had a calm, almost clinical demeanor, her gaze analytical behind a pair of stylish glasses. They were armed with a catalog of high-end equipment, cameras that looked like they belonged on a movie set, thermal imagers, parabolic microphones, and a host of other gadgets I couldn't name. Their condescending certainty was their most prominent feature, a shared conviction that every mystery, every legend, was just a puzzle waiting for a rational mind to solve it. Their target was the Brown Mountain Lights. "We want to hire you, Caleb," Josh began, sliding into the booth opposite me. He didn't ask my name. He already knew it. They'd done their research. We need a guide to take us to the most active viewing spot. Off trail. The real deal. Chloe chimed in, her voice smooth and measured. "We've read all the official reports, the geological surveys. Most sightings are from the Blue Ridge Parkway, or the official overlook on Route 181. But the older accounts, the pre-colonial ones, they all point to a specific ridge, a place the locals seem to avoid." She was talking about the Forbidden Ridge, a place the Cherokee have considered sacred ground for 1,000 years. It's a place you don't go. It's not on any park map, and the Forest Service doesn't maintain any trails that lead there. The elders say it's a place of powerful sorrow, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. I shook my head. "I don't go there. No one does." Josh leaned forward, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. "Look, we know the folklore. The grieving Cherokee women, searching for their fallen warriors with torches, their spirits forever bound to the mountain. It's a beautiful story, really. Poetic. But we're here for the truth. He ticked the explanations off on his fingers. Swamp gas. Piezoelectric effects from quartz deposits. Static electricity. Refracted headlights from the valley below. There's a dozen rational explanations, and we're going to be the ones to document it definitively. We're not here to disrespect anyone's beliefs, Chloe added, though her tone suggested otherwise. We're here to separate fact from fiction, to debunk the myth. Think of it as a public service. They offered me a sum of money that made my breath catch in my throat. It was more than I made in 6 months. Enough to fix my leaky roof, replace the transmission in my truck, and live comfortably for a good long while. I have a daughter in college, and the tuition bills were piling up. My hesitation was a luxury I couldn't afford. I looked at their eager, arrogant faces, and I saw the glint of ambition that blinded them to any real sense of caution. They didn't see a sacred place, they saw a set. They didn't see a timeless mystery, they saw a career-making documentary. Against every instinct, against the deep, seated wisdom of the mountains that I had always trusted, I heard myself say, "When do we leave?" That was my mistake. Agreeing to take them to a place I knew, deep in my bones, we shouldn't be. We set out 2 days later, under a sky the color of a dull pewter bowl. The first few miles were easy enough, following a winding creek bed deeper into the national forest. Josh and Chloe were in their element, filming everything. They captured the way the light filtered through the canopy, the rustle of unseen animals in the undergrowth, the gurgle of the water over smooth stones. They spoke to the camera in hushed, reverent tones, but their commentary was all about atmospheric pressure and humidity levels. They treated the forest like a laboratory, its ancient soul reduced to a set of measurable data points. I tried to tell them the stories, not just the famous legend, but the other ones. The warnings. I told them how the Cherokee believe that ridge is an anchor for spirits, a place where the sorrow of the past is so heavy, it has become a physical presence. They say the lights aren't just searching, they're lonely. They're drawn to the warmth of the living, hoping to find the souls they lost. To follow them is to join their endless, sorrowful vigil. Josh filmed me as I spoke, a patronizing smile on his face. "Fascinating," he said, turning the camera back to himself. So, what we have here is a classic example of how indigenous cultures create mythology to explain natural phenomena. The loneliness of the lights is a personification of the random, drifting patterns caused by air currents. It's a way to give agency to the inanimate. Chloe adjusted the focus on her own camera. The psychological impact of isolation and darkness can also induce mild paranoia, causing observers to feel as if they're being watched. It's a well-documented survival response. They had an answer for everything. They stripped the magic from the world, leaving only cold, hard facts in its place. As we left the creek and began the steep, arduous climb up the side of the mountain, the forest began to change. The cheerful birdsong faded, replaced by an unnerving silence. The trees grew older and more gnarled, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes. Draped in long, gray beards of moss, the air grew heavy and cold, and the feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. We made camp on the ridge just as the sun began to set, painting the western sky in brutal strokes of orange and purple. It was a desolate, windswept place. The ground was rocky and bare, with only a few stunted, weather-beaten pines for company. From here, The valley below was a vast sea of darkness, with no sign of city or train lights to offer a rational explanation. The silence was absolute. As dusk bled into true night, a deep, impenetrable blackness, they finished setting up their equipment. Cameras on tripods, a spectrometer pointed at the valley, laptops humming softly. They were like children on Christmas morning, their faces glowing in the light of their screens. "Showtime," Josh whispered, his voice filled with a giddy excitement. I felt a cold knot of dread tighten in my stomach. I had brought them here. I had taken their money and ignored the warnings. Whatever happened now was on me. I looked out into the oppressive darkness, into the profound, waiting silence of the mountain, and I prayed that for once they were right. I prayed it was just swamp gas. Then the first light appeared. It wasn't a distant, star-like orb. It wasn't a faint glimmer on the horizon. It was close, a silent, glowing sphere of impossible blue. Light floated out from between the gnarled trunks of the pines, not 50 feet from our campfire. It hovered there, pulsing gently as if it were alive. And it was not alone. For a long moment, nobody moved. The only sounds were the crackle of the campfire and the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs. The blue orb hung in the air, a silent, impossible moon that had risen from the earth instead of the sky. It cast a cold, sterile light on the surrounding trees, stripping them of color and leaving them as skeletal silhouettes. Josh was the first to break the spell, letting out a choked laugh of pure, unadulterated triumph.
Yes! Oh, yes! Did you get that?
He hissed at Chloe, his eyes wide with excitement. "Are you rolling?" "I'm rolling," she confirmed, her voice a low, steady murmur, but I could hear the tremor of adrenaline in it. She adjusted the lens of her camera with a surgeon's precision. Incredible. The luminosity is off the charts. It's not reflecting light. It's generating it. There's no discernible heat signature on the thermal. They spoke in their clinical language, their words a flimsy shield against the sheer wrongness of what we were seeing. They saw a phenomenon, a data point. I saw a presence. The dread that had been a cold knot in my stomach began to spread through my veins like ice water. The stories of the elders echoed in my mind. They are lonely. Then, another light emerged from the darkness to the left of the first. This one was a soft, milky white. It was followed by another and another. A blue one, then 2 more white ones. They drifted out from behind the ancient pines, silent as ghosts, until our small clearing was surrounded. There were at least a dozen of them, forming a loose, silent perimeter around our camp. They weren't just random lights, they moved with a terrifying, coordinated intelligence. They floated at varying heights, some just above the forest floor, others high up in the gnarled branches, all of them pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat like a dozen hearts beating in unison. The horror wasn't in a sudden attack. It was in their quiet, inquisitive presence. They were not a phenomenon to be studied. They were entities, and they were studying us. "This is impossible," Josh breathed, his scientific certainty beginning to fray at the edges. He turned to his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The spectrometer isn't picking up anything. No ionization, no radiation, no gas composition that would explain this. It's like they're not even there, but they are. As if in response to his outburst, the light nearest to him, a brilliant blue sphere, drifted closer. It stopped about 10 feet from his workstation, hovering silently. The gentle hum of his laptop abruptly died. The screen flickered once, then went black. What the? The battery was full? Josh slapped the side of the machine, a flicker of panic in his eyes. My backup power source. It's dead too. One by one, their gadgets began to fail. The red recording light on Chloe's main camera blinked out. She frantically checked the battery pack, her calm demeanor finally cracking. Completely. It was a fresh pack. Her secondary, smaller camera went dark a moment later. The thermal imager, which had been showing a cold, empty forest, flickered and died with a soft pop. The only lights left were our headlamps and the campfire. A profound, technological silence fell over the campsite. All the hums, clicks, and beeps of their modern world had been extinguished, snuffed out by the silent, ancient power that now held us captive. We were left with nothing but the fire, the darkness, and the watchful eyes of the lights. It was then that I understood the most terrible truth of the Cherokee legend. The lights were drawn to our headlamps. The orb closest to me, a soft white one, began to pulse faster as I turned my head, my beam cutting through the darkness. It was a gentle, curious pulse, a silent call. I quickly switched my headlamp off, plunging myself into the relative darkness near the fire. The orb's pulsing slowed, as if disappointed. They weren't just spirits. They were the spirits of the grieving women, the mothers and wives who had searched this very mountain with pine, not torches, desperately seeking the faces of their husbands and sons who never returned from a battle long ago. And in their eternal, sorrowful search, they had mistaken our lights, our headlamps, our camera lights, the glow of our screens, for the torches of their lost men. They didn't want to harm us. They wanted to welcome us. They thought we were home. There, communicating, Chloe whispered, her voice filled with a strange, new awe. Her scientific skepticism had been stripped away, but what replaced it wasn't fear. It was a childlike wonder that was far more dangerous. She had abandoned her dead cameras and was standing at the edge of the firelight, her face upturned to the silent, glowing spheres. The lights began to move, not towards us, but away. They drifted back into the deep, black woods, a slow, deliberate retreat. One of the blue orbs paused at the edge of the trees, turning back as if to check if we were following. It pulsed once, twice a silent, beckoning invitation. Come with us. You are found. Come home. We have to follow, Chloe said, her voice barely a whisper. She took a step into the darkness, away from the safety of the fire. Chloe, no. I grabbed her arm. It was cold, unnaturally so. Don't you understand what's happening? This is a trap. This is the legend. She looked at me, but her eyes were distant, unfocused. They reflected the blue and white lights, and there was no recognition in them, no fear. It's beautiful, she murmured. They've been waiting. Josh was in a similar state. His face, illuminated by the ghostly glow, was one of pure rapture. All his arrogance, his compulsive need to explain and debunk had been washed away, replaced by a placid, smiling bliss. She's right, Caleb, he said, his voice soft. This isn't a phenomenon. It's a revelation. We have to see where they're going. He picked up one of the dead cameras, clutching it like a holy relic, and walked past me, away from the fire. Chloe pulled her arm from my grasp and followed him. I shouted after them, my voice raw with panic. I told them about the legend again, about the eternal sorrow, about joining the search. My words were useless, swallowed by the immense, listening silence of the mountain. They didn't seem to hear me. They didn't look back. They walked into the impenetrable darkness. Two dark figures flanked by a silent, ethereal escort of blue and white lights. The orbs clustered around them, their glow illuminating their path, leading them deeper into the woods. I stood frozen by the dying fire, a helpless observer to a slow, beautiful, and utterly terrifying abduction. I watched until their forms and the hauntingly beautiful lights that guided them were swallowed by the trees, absorbed by the mountain. Then, there was only the sound of the wind in the pines, and the oppressive, crushing weight of being completely and utterly alone. The silence that followed their disappearance was heavier and more terrifying than any scream. I stood frozen, alone. The light from the dying campfire pushing back a circle of darkness that seemed to press in closer. With every passing moment, I called their names again, my voice hoarse and trembling.
Josh! Chloe!
Only the wind whistling through the pines answered, a sound that mimicked a derisive whisper. I don't know how long I stood there, staring into the blackness that had swallowed them, half expecting them to walk back out with a joke and a scientific explanation. But I knew, deep down, that wasn't going to happen. I spent the night alone on that forbidden ridge. I didn't dare flee into the darkness. Descending the mountain without a light was a death sentence. All I could do was huddle by the dwindling fire, feeding it every scrap of wood I could find to fight off the cold and the encroaching dark. But the real chill wasn't from the air. It was a soul, deep cold, born of isolation and gnawing fear. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. I felt watched from all sides. I felt the immense, crushing sorrow of the place seeping into my bones, as if the mountain itself were weeping. Sometimes, I thought I saw them. Faint glimmers of light, blue and white, moving between the distant trees. They didn't come close, but their presence was a constant reminder that I was not alone, and that the sorrowful search was still underway. When the first light of dawn finally broke, it brought no relief, only the stark, horrifying reality of what had occurred. Our campsite was a graveyard of technology. Expensive cameras stood on empty tripods. Laptops with black screens lay silent on folding tables. Every piece of their equipment was now just useless junk. I knew I had to leave. I left everything behind, their gear, and the payment that was still in my pack. It was tainted money, a fee for guiding two souls to their eternal damnation. The journey down the mountain was a waking nightmare. The trails I knew so well seemed alien. The trees twisted into menacing shapes. I got lost several times in a forest I once knew better than my own backyard, feeling as though the mountain was toying with me, leading me in circles. I heard whispers on the wind that sometimes sounded like my name. I saw movement at the edge of my vision, but when I turned, there was nothing but the silent, watching woods. I didn't run. I knew it was pointless. I just walked, relentlessly, the single thought in my mind to get out. It took me 2 days to make it back. I stumbled out of the forest, a wreck of a man, filthy, dehydrated, and half mad. The loggers who found me on the side of the road looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. I told the authorities everything. I told them about the lights, the dead equipment, and how Josh and Chloe had followed them into the forest. They looked at me like I was insane. A search and rescue team was dispatched. They found the campsite just as I had described it. The dead gear, the cold ashes of the fire. But there was no trace of Josh and Chloe. No footprints. No signs of a struggle. Nothing. It was as if they had simply vanished into thin air. Naturally, I became the prime suspect. They interrogated me for weeks. Detectives from the city looked at me with cold, accusing eyes. They didn't believe in legends, they believed in human motives. Greed, anger, jealousy. They searched my home, questioned my friends, but they found nothing. No evidence, no plausible motive. My story, as unbelievable as it was the only one they had. Eventually, the search was called off. Josh and Chloe were declared missing, presumed dead. Their story became another chapter in the legend of the Brown Mountain Lights, a cautionary tale for other foolish tourists and ghost hunters. I was cleared of suspicion, but I was not the same man. I sold my guiding gear and never took another client into the deep woods again. I couldn't bear the silence of the forest anymore. Some clear nights, I look up towards the forbidden ridge from the safety of my porch, and sometimes I think I can see two new lights among the others. A familiar, brilliant blue and a soft, milky white, drifting with the rest. They have joined the endless, sorrowful search. I know I didn't just lead them to their deaths. I guided them to their damnation. They wanted to debunk the truth, and instead, they became a permanent part of it. And that is the true horror, the one I have to live with for the rest of my life. My name is Marco, and for 30 years, the Dolomites have been my office, my sanctuary, and my confessor. I guide people through the jagged heart of these mountains, the pale, colossal peaks that claw at the Italian sky. Most of my clients are here for the thrill, for a climb for the photograph that proves they stood on top of a sliver of the world. They see the beauty, of course. No one is immune to the way the morning sun sets the rock faces ablaze in shades of rose and gold, a phenomenon we call enrosadira. But they don't often feel the mountain's true spirit. They don't hear the whispers in the wind that funnels through the high passes, or understand the heavy, ancient silence that blankets the deep valleys. They walk upon the land, but they are not part of it. I have always felt that difference, a quiet chasm between me and the people I lead. It has never been more apparent or more terrifying than the week I guided Dr. Elena Vance. She first contacted me via a series of curt, professional emails. Dr. Vance was a geologist of some renown, affiliated with a prestigious university in England. Her request was specific: a week-long survey of the Cadini di Misurina group, but she wanted to avoid the popular trails. She was interested in the remote glacial valleys, the places where the rock was raw and the stories of the earth were not worn smooth by the boots of a million tourists. Her writing was precise, devoid of pleasantries, focused entirely on altitudes, rock formations, and logistical requirements. I could tell immediately that she was a woman who did not suffer fools and who saw the world as a set of problems to be solved by logic and observation. When I met her in the lobby of a Cortina hotel, she was exactly as I'd pictured. She was a woman in her late 40s, tall and lean, with her dark hair pulled back in a severe ponytail. Her face was sharp angles and intelligence, her eyes a piercing, analytical gray that seemed to be constantly assessing, categorizing, and dismissing. She wore practical, expensive hiking gear, everything perfectly fitted and state of the art. She shook my hand with a firm, dry grip. "Marco," she said, her voice as crisp as her emails. "Dr. Vance, I trust you are prepared. My itinerary is ambitious. The mountains decide the itinerary, Doctor," I replied, a phrase I've used many times. It's a reminder that we are guests here. A flicker of something, impatience, perhaps, crossed her features. The mountains are a geological reality, Marco. Predictable if you know how to read them. That is why I am here. For Alina Vance, the mountains were not a living entity. They were a textbook. She loved them, but it was the love of a scholar for a subject, a dissector for a specimen. She saw beauty in the violent upheaval that had thrust these ancient seabeds skyward, poetry in the slow, grinding artistry of the glaciers. She could spend an hour caressing a band of Triassic limestone, her fingers tracing the fossilized remains of creatures dead for 200 million years. Her expression more tender than any I have ever seen her give a person. She spoke of sedimentation and volcanic intrusion with a passion others reserve for art or romance. Her world was composed of feldspar, quartz, and calcite. It had no room for spirits, for legends, for the things you feel in your bones. When the sun dips below a ridge and the temperature plummets, and you feel the immense, crushing weight of the wilderness around you. Our first 2 days were a study in this contrast. We hiked for hours through breathtaking landscapes, the air thin and tasting of pine and cold stone. I would point to a peculiar spire of rock, a formation the locals called Dito del Davolo, the devil's finger, and tell her the legend of how the devil had challenged a saint to a climbing contest and had left his finger behind when he fell. Elena would nod, pull out her hand lens, and give me a 10-minute lecture on differential erosion and the relative hardness of dolomite versus the surrounding marl. She was brilliant, and I learned a great deal about the physical history of my home. But as she chipped away at the rock with her geologist's hammer, I felt she was also chipping away at its soul. On the third evening, we made our way into a valley I seldom visit. It does not have a formal name on most maps, but the old ones, the ones passed down in my family, call it Val del Angwain, the Valley of the Water Spirits. It was a place of almost aggressive beauty. A stream, so clear it seemed to magnify the pebbles on its bed, tumbled down from a high glacial melt, carving a path through a meadow carpeted with wildflowers in defiant shades of purple and yellow. The jagged peaks of the Crotide, tony massif, loomed over us, their pale faces watchful and severe. The air was still, too still. The usual hum of insects was absent, and the birds were silent. It was the kind of perfect postcard, ready scene that sets your teeth on edge. As I began to set up our small camp, I told her the stories, my voice low. The Angwain, I said, are the guardians of these high mountain streams. They are said to be women of impossible beauty, with long hair the color of river weed and skin as pale as moonlight. But they are not gentle. They are jealous of their domain. They punish any who take from their waters, or foul them, or spy on them as they bathe. I paused, looking at the stream, its surface like polished glass. They say their curses are the cruelest, for they are born of water's nature to be patient, to be relentless, and to wear away even the strongest stone. Alima listened with an air of detached amusement, as if I were a child telling a particular fanciful bedtime story. Female water spirits, she mused, tapping her chin. Fascinating. A classic archetype. A personification of the dangers of remote water sources. Before modern filtration, a clear stream like this could still harbor deadly bacteria. The legend becomes a folk wisdom warning. Don't trust the beautiful water. It's a survival mechanism encoded as mythology. She saw the legend as a fossil, a relic of a primitive understanding. She could not comprehend that for some of us, the story was still alive. Later, as the sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley floor. Elena went to the stream to filter water for our evening meal. I watched her from the camp, the rational, modern woman performing a rational, modern task. Then she let out a sudden, sharp cry. It wasn't a cry of alarm, but of pure, unadulterated delight. When I looked up, she was kneeling, reaching into the rushing water. She pulled her hand out and held it up to the fading light. Cradled in her palm was a stone. It was the size of a pigeon's egg, and had been worn perfectly smooth by the current. But it was the color that held the eye. It was the deep, arterial red of fresh blood, a stunning, vibrant crimson against the pale gray of the other river stones. It was a magnificent piece of jasper, a jewel forged in the earth's heart. But in that place, at that hour, it felt deeply, terribly wrong. It looked less like a rock and more like a still, beating organ ripped from some living thing. My God, she breathed, her voice filled with a reverence I had previously only heard her use for geological formations. Look at that. The purity of the color. The iron content must be extraordinary. Before I had even formed the thought, the words tumbled out of my mouth, urgent and raw. You can't take that. She looked up at me, her brow furrowed in confusion. What? The stone? I insisted, walking towards her, my boots sinking into the soft earth at the stream's edge. Leave it. Local beliefs, it is profoundly unlucky to take things from a place like this. It's an offering, or a heart, or something. It doesn't belong to us. Elena Vance looked from the stone in her hand to my face, and then she laughed. It was not a kind laugh. It was the condescending chuckle of a professor correcting a student's foolish error. Marco, it's a rock. A piece of silicon dioxide with hematite inclusions. It's not a cursed idol from a film. She stood up, her movements fluid and confident. Before I could say another word, she slipped the blood, red stone into the zippered pocket of her trousers. The sound of the zipper closing was unnaturally loud in the profound silence of the valley. It was a sound of finality, of a lock clicking shut. A boundary had been crossed. A warning had been ignored. A mistake had been made. The moment the zipper on her pocket closed, the valley seemed to hold its breath. The oppressive silence I'd felt before deepened, becoming a physical pressure against my eardrums. The air grew heavy and cold, though the sun had not yet fully set. A premature twilight bled into the meadow, leaching the vibrant colors from the wildflowers, turning them into drab, grayish shapes. Elena, however, seemed oblivious. She was energized, her face flushed with the thrill of her discovery. She saw the stone as a trophy, a testament to her keen eye. I saw it as a poison she had willingly ingested. We ate our rehydrated meal in near silence. I was sullen and anxious, while Elena was almost giddy, talking at length about the geological significance of her find. She kept patting the pocket where the jasper lay, a gesture of unconscious, possessive pride. As darkness fell completely, a blanket of impenetrable black with no moon or stars to offer comfort, the cold intensified. It was a damp, creeping cold that had nothing to do with the altitude and everything to do with the stream murmuring nearby, its voice having turned from a cheerful tumble to a menacing, sibilant whisper. I was cleaning our cooking pots when Elena Thirst complained of being thirsty. Odd, she said, draining her water bottle. I drank plenty during the hike. She refilled from the large water bladder, her movements still brisk and efficient. An hour later, As we were settling into our respective tents, she unzipped her flap. "Marco, do you have any spare water?" I seemed to have finished mine already. Her voice held a note of irritation, as if her own body were a faulty piece of equipment. I passed her one of my own full bottles. "Go easy on it," I advised. "We have a long day tomorrow." She just grunted in acknowledgement and zipped her tent shut. I lay awake for a long time, listening to the stream and the unsettling quiet, my mind replaying the sight of that blood, red stone. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, a sound had jolted me awake. It was the sound of frantic gulping, followed by a dry, rasping cough. It was coming from Elena's tent. Then, her voice strained and hoarse. "Marco, I need more water." I crawled out of my tent into the frigid air. The valley was utterly black. I couldn't see her, but I could hear her ragged breathing. "Elena, that was a full liter. What's wrong?" "I'm just incredibly thirsty," she croaked. "My throat feels like sandpaper. I've never felt anything like it." A cold dread, colder than the mountain air, washed over me. I handed her my last full bottle. She practically ripped it from my hand. I heard her drain it in a few desperate swallows. It was followed not by a sigh of relief, but by a low, frustrated groan. The curse had begun. It was not a frontal assault of spectral horrors, but a subtle, insidious invasion from within. The Angwine weren't attacking her. They were simply turning off a switch. They were denying her the very concept of quenching thirst. By morning, she was a different woman. The sharp, analytical light in her gray eyes had been replaced by a dull, feverish glaze. Her lips, which had spoken with such crisp authority just the day before, were cracked and bleeding. Her tongue was visibly swollen in her mouth, and when she tried to speak, her voice was a thick, clumsy rasp. "We have to go back," she managed to say, the words a clear surrender. "Something is wrong." There was no argument from me. I packed our camp with a frantic urgency, my hands shaking as I stuffed sleeping bags and collapsed tents. Elena just sat on a rock, her head in her hands, occasionally making a dry, retching sound. The journey out of the valley was a special kind of hell. Every step was a torment for her. The sun, when it finally rose above the peaks, seemed to mock us, beating down with a malevolent intensity. We were walking alongside the very stream from which she had taken the stone, its water gurgling and splashing over the rocks. A constant, torturous reminder of what she could not have. The horror was metaphysical. She was dying of dehydration while surrounded by an abundance of pure, life-giving water. She would stumble to the stream's edge, cup her hands, and bring the clear, cold liquid to her lips, only to spit it out with a choked cry of disgust. "It tastes like ash," she rasped, looking at the water in her hands with utter betrayal. "Like fine, dry dust." Her condition deteriorated with terrifying speed. The thirst was a fire in her cells, and it was consuming her from the inside out. Her skin, once taut and healthy, began to shrink against her bones. It lost its elasticity, taking on the texture of old parchment. Then, a day later, a more hideous transformation began. Her skin started to flake, peeling away in thin, translucent sheets, revealing a new layer underneath. This new skin was not soft. It was dry, patterned, and had a fine, silvery sheen, like the scales of a fish left to dry in the sun. Her movements became stiff, her joints cracking with a dry, popping sound. She was desiccating, mummifying before my very eyes. Her brilliant mind, the source of all her pride and certainty, began to crumble. The geologist who could read the history of the world in a rock face was reduced to a creature of singular, primal need. She ceased to speak in sentences, communicating only in guttural moans and single, hoarse words. Water, please, water. I tried to force it down her throat, but she would just gag and choke, her body violently rejecting the very thing it craved. The curse was absolute. The spirits had not poisoned the water. They had poisoned her relationship with water. They had severed the fundamental connection between a living organism and the element that comprises 70% of its body. She was an island, and her own internal ocean was evaporating. The final hours were a slow, stumbling nightmare. She was barely able to walk, her scaled skin cracking and weeping a thin, clear fluid that was not sweat. She was no longer Dr. Elena Vance, the renowned scientist. She was a thing of horror, a walking effigy of thirst. Finally, her legs gave out. She fell to her knees not 10 feet from the stream we had been following since we left the cursed valley. She didn't even seem to register my presence anymore. Her world had shrunk to the sound of that running water. With a final, agonizing burst of strength, she began to crawl. Her hands, now more like claws with their tight, scaly skin, scrabbled at the damp earth and wet rocks. She was a reptile, drawn instinctively towards the water. I could only stand and watch, frozen by a horror so profound it felt like a religious experience. This was not a matter for doctors or medicine. This was a matter of blasphemy and retribution. She reached the edge of the stream. Its surface was clear and cool, reflecting the indifferent blue sky. With a sound that was half sob, half growl, she plunged her face into the water. For a moment, there was silence. I prayed for a miracle, for the curse to break, for her to drink and be saved. But instead of the sound of drinking, there was a choked, rattling gasp. Her body convulsed, a violent, shuddering spasm. She lifted her head from the stream, and her face was a mask of ultimate agony. The water dripped from her, but it had offered no relief. It had become alien to her. For her, it was dust. She collapsed there, on the bank of the stream, her face half submerged. Her body gave one last, final twitch, and then was still. She died withered and desiccated, a husk of a human being, drowned by a thirst that no ocean could quench. I stood there for a long time, listening to the gentle, mocking sound of the water flowing over the rocks. After she was gone, I knelt beside her. With trembling fingers, I reached into the zippered pocket of her trousers. I felt the smooth, familiar shape of the jasper. When I pulled it out, it was warm, as if it held the last of her body's heat. It pulsed with a faint inner light, its crimson color deeper and more vibrant than ever. Holding the stone, I felt the last echo of her life's heat bleed into my own skin. It wasn't a natural warmth, it was a parasitic heat, stolen and stored. The crimson jasper seemed to throb with a faint internal light, a deep, contented glow. It had fed. It was satisfied. Looking at Elena's shriveled form, her skin like cracked, scaly leather stretched tight over her bones, I felt a surge of revulsion so powerful it almost made me sick. This small, beautiful object was a vessel of ancient, patient malice. Her science and logic had been no match for it. She had tried to possess it, and in the end, it had possessed her, draining her of the very element that defines life. My first instinct was to smash it, to grind it to dust against the other rocks. But I knew, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that its destruction was beyond my power. And even if I could break it, what then? Would I release the thing that lived inside? No, it did not belong to the world of air and solid ground. It belonged to the water. It was a heart that had been stolen, and it needed to be returned. My hand trembled as I stood and walked to the edge of the stream. The water flowed on, indifferent, its surface sparkling in the afternoon light. It was the same water that had become dust in her mouth. I held the stone out over the current. For a moment, it seemed to resist, to pulse with a final, desperate warmth against my palm. Then, I opened my fingers. It did not fall as a stone should. There was no splash, no plunk, no ripple spreading outwards. The moment it left my hand, the vibrant crimson color seemed to drain from it, turning it into a dull, gray river pebble. It entered the water with a profound silence, as if the stream had opened a mouth and swallowed it whole. It simply vanished. And as it did, I felt a change in the air. The heavy, watchful pressure that had followed us from the valley lifted. The birds, silent for so long, began to sing again in the high pines. The world returned to its normal state, but the memory of its otherness was now burned into me forever. The next hours, and the days that followed, were a blur of grim necessity. Leaving Elena's body was not an option. I did what I had to do, what my training dictated in the face of tragedy. I covered her as best I could, and marked the location precisely on my map. Then began the long, lonely hike back to civilization. A journey haunted by the image of her face, a mask of agony reflected in the water. She could not drink. Every stream I crossed sent a shiver of fear through me. Every gurgle of water sounded like a mocking laugh. When I finally reached the Carabinieri station in the nearest town, I was exhausted, filthy, and half mad with a truth I could not possibly tell. I reported the death of my client, Dr. Elena Vance. I gave them the coordinates. I told them she had fallen ill suddenly, struck by a violent and inexplicable case of dehydration. The officer, a stout man with a weary face, looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. "Dehydration?" he asked, his pen hovering over the report. "Up there, with water everywhere. Was your filter broken?" "No," I said, my voice flat. "The water was fine. For me. She couldn't drink it. She said it tasted like dust. Her body rejected it." He stopped writing and stared at me. "Her body rejected water." "Yes." He sighed, the sound of a man who has heard 1,000 strange stories from the mountains, but never one quite like this. "We will send the Soccorso Alpino, the mountain rescue team. You will have to guide them." So I went back. I led a team of solemn, competent men back to the place where she had died. They worked with a quiet professionalism, documenting the scene, placing Elena's brittle, desiccated body into a bag. They asked questions. I gave them the same fractured, impossible answers. I saw the looks they exchanged. They thought I was in shock, or perhaps that I was hiding something. How could a person dehydrate to that extent, in that condition, in less than 2 days? It made no medical sense. The autopsy only deepened the mystery. The coroner's report was a document of pure confusion. Cause of death was listed as severe dehydration and subsequent organ failure, but the pathologist had added a long, rambling note. He had never seen anything like it. The cellular desiccation was absolute, far beyond what he thought was physically possible in that time frame. There were anomalous crystalline structures in her tissues that defied analysis. And then there was the condition of her skin. He had no explanation for the rapid scale, like keratinization. Officially, Dr. Alana Vance's death was ruled a medical anomaly, possibly a rare, unclassified autoimmune disorder triggered by an environmental factor. The case was closed. But for me, it is never closed. I still guide. The mountains are my life, and I don't know how to be anyone else. But something has changed. The love and respect I have for these peaks is now mingled with a deep and abiding fear. I have seen behind the curtain of geological reality. I know that the old stories are not just stories. They are field reports from a world that science cannot measure. They are warnings. I am more careful now. I listen more closely to the whispers of the wind. I pay attention to the silence of the birds. And I am rigid with my clients about one rule: we take nothing. No flowers, no fossils, no souvenirs. We leave only footprints. And we take only photographs. Most people accept this as a simple environmental ethic. They don't see the terror in my eyes when I say it. They don't understand that I am not just protecting the mountains from them. I am protecting them from the mountains. Sometimes, when I am leading a group past a clear, gurgling stream, a client will remark on its beauty. They will stoop to fill their bottle, laughing, splashing the cold water on their face. And I will watch them, my heart pounding in my chest, a silent prayer on my lips. I watch them drink, and I see Dr. Elena Vance, her face plunged into the water that had become her executioner. I see the blood, red stone, pulsing in my hand. And I understand my place. I am a guide. I walk the border between the world of maps and the world of legends. And I carry the weight of a truth that would drive any sane person mad. That the world is much older, much deeper, and far more dangerous than we believe. And that some thirsts can never be quenched.